YouTube should be alive now. Alright, let's get the background music playing. Right, we should be alive. Let me just double check to make sure things are working properly. Okay. Right, everything should be working. Alright, gotta do my dailies and stuff first. There's also the Honka thing. Hi, Snoop Kappa. Welcome, welcome. Alright, I gotta do the Anka. What's the Anka thing? The carrot dash. I don't know why I was thinking Anka. Robotic voice. I mean, I'm slowly working on trying to fix everything, man. I'm working on things. But yeah. I haven't seen it yet. We're gonna look at it later. But yeah. I'm like slowly trying to figure out how to like fix the stuff here, but you know. Until we can get it figured out. That's a whole other thing. But yeah. Right, gotta do the carrot dash as well. Later. Alright, let's get the dailies done first though. What do I have? Patrol droid, mechs, vertical turret, creatures in the network. God, why is my alt so laggy? Whenever they announce it, I'll do it. There's like no news yet for global. The hell? One sec. I'm like, why is it lagging? Why is this thing? Oh wow. That is fucked. No wonder. Maybe I can get my latency fixed. For some reason my latency is like broken with Boosteroid. Because like I have my alt on Boosteroid. I'm like, what the hell? Hi there, Yaku Tistin. Yeah, I don't know why my latency is so high. It's so weird. It's like unusually high for the thing. Oh yeah, it's like really bad. Not sure why it's like unusually high. Oh wait, I think it's fixing itself. No, it's still scuffed. Whatever. It's okay enough. Yeah, I heard, man. Oh, have you seen the fucking Wua packs that are scam? The scam packs? It's hilarious. The scam packs they got. I don't know, like, someone like was like posting a Mr. Cake server. They're scam packs. It's pretty funny. But that's its own other thing. Oh, and they're apparently leaked. They're gonna give away a free 5-star that nobody cares about. You got the 2 dudes, right, in there, and then you get the Yinland scam. The Papegas that no one gives a fuck about. Alright. But that's what they have coming. Oh yeah, I think I'm also gonna like dump another 10 keys. I'm like slowly just gonna be like dumping my keys. Because it's like I'm hoarding them for like nothing, man. At this point. Right, like I might as well get like the mech as well by the end of this, like the mech skin and everything. But yeah, slowly gonna just dump the keys. Okay. Alright, where did I put that? But yeah, like, things are going around. I'm probably like, I don't know, would this be an interesting stream where we try to floor plan my room? Because, like, I'm still trying to, like, fully figure out where everything is gonna go. I could probably, like, make different, like, block shape things to represent the room size or whatever. Predicting 100 million. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, man. Like, that ain't gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. If anything, the only thing that has happened is interest has only gotten lower and lower as time goes on. But, you know, they can say what they want. And do their weird Pepega cope that they want. Oh yeah, I still also have to do my dream machines, right? This week's dream machines. What are the other dailies I have here? Wait, my main dailies don't really count as the stuff up here. What about my alt? My alt needs the aberrance. Okay. Fuck, there's other people here. Damn it, like, inside the thing, there's too many people. Game is too alive, man. When trying to do dailies, it sucks when game is too alive. Makes it harder. When you have to compete with other people. Game too alive. Alright, I got my supply pod. Right, when game too alive. Alright, my alt's last daily's rift drones. Alright, let me go to my other daily spot then. Which needs a stupid turret over there. Okay. Ah, that's too much work, man. And then you have to gamble on if people are even on that channel or not. And if they are on the channel, then rip. Right, you end up having to pray that they're not on the channel. Because if they are, that's a rip. Right, this one is turrets here. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, I need patrol droids. Which are over there. But yeah, we'll look at the Azure Promillia trailer after. And then I can like re-upload that as like a video. Easy. Not much people unless you're in Asperia. Oh, it is what it is, man. There's a bunch of stuff to look at that we're gonna look at later, I think. I don't know why my connection to the cloud server has such high latency today. Like, it wasn't Super Pepega earlier. Not earlier, yesterday. I don't know why it's unusually high. For some reason, my connection to the cloud ToF is really high. The latency. Like, it's so scuffed. Any news? No, but... I don't know if you count this as interesting news, but Void Piercer's getting a buff on CN. They're buffing CN Void Piercer. So that's cool. Right, CN Void Piercer gets a buff. I don't know if you were interested in that or not, but that's the thing that's gonna happen. Right, we get a buff for CN Void Piercer. So that's cool. No artificial island, the old man for me. We'll probably get it. If CN's getting it, Global's probably getting it. No shot Global doesn't get it if CN's getting it. Well, it'll be interesting when she gets her buff. Right, because like there's no reason why Global won't get a buff. If CN gets it, there's no reason why we won't get it. Altered Void Pierce is good because of the explosion, but other elements... Even then, like, the explosion thing is a bit weird if you try to use it other elements. Especially because it's not boosted by buffs. Like, for some reason, it's, like, not boosted by buffs. So it's just a bit weird. Right, like, it's not. But yeah, I'm gonna farm more mech boss today. Cause like, I still want to farm more of them. Surely I can get like the mech skin before 5.0. Surely. He's still doing a good amount of damage, I guess. Altered really does need a buff. Yeah, I guess. But yeah. It's gonna be interesting, that's for sure. I wonder though how like the buff will like affect the Frost version of Void Piercer. Cause like Frost Void Piercer is kind of weird with how it works, right? Cause it's like only Void Piercer's damage gets this boost. But like the thing where it says final damage by 55%, this is not the same category as other final damage buffs. Like, it's like a different multiplier. It's like the whole buff thing is like weird. And then we have the dot when you swap it off field. Right? The actual amount of damage the dot does when you swap it off field is like... What was it? It's 450 times 1.55. It's like 700% attack, basically. 697.5. It's not 450%. It's this thing times that. Right. It's like weird how they just made the Frost Void Piercer that way. Well, like, Flame gets, like, an actual damage buff, right? Volt gets a damage buff that's, like, 6% for Volt for some reason. Just a tiny 6%. Fizz gets theirs, which is another thing here. But it's only the on-field like, it's only Void Piercer's damage that gets a 21% boost, and then it gets this weird damage proc. I don't know why it's like that. But that's just how it is. Right. Alright, oh, it's quarantine zone. Was hoping it'd be a different join up, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, we gotta do quarantine zone. Alright, the other ones are less annoying. Quarantine zone's just kinda annoying. Let me get my main up here first, and then I'll get my ult in. I'll use a volt on my ult just to make it easier to get up there. I said, here's the harsh reality gacha gamers don't realize, don't want to face. All the gacha game stories are poorly written and presented in a boring, static way. I don't know about Limbus Company, but, like, a lot of them are, because, like, the thing is with a lot of them, the way they're set up is, the whole point is they make one cheap hoard, then they move on to the next cheap hoard to sell, and then they move on to the next one while abandoning the previous ones for a decent amount of them, unless they just resell the same character with, like, a different variant of it. That's the only way, like, that doesn't happen. Because eventually, like, a lot of them just end up with, like, too many, characters. And a lot of them just end up being completely useless and stuff. But yeah. We've seen it before. Pretty sure we watched it a while back. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Alright, the review was posted a long time ago. I don't remember which one. Was it a month or 2 months ago? I don't know. I forget. But, like, it was sent already before. It is funny though how, like, the guy's not gonna do any story reviews of any gacha ever again because of how awful the Woo community is. The Woo community is so bad. The guy basically said at the end when he made his response video, he won't be critiquing any more gacha stories ever again because of how awful the Woo community is. Which is hilarious. But yeah. Yeah, Garguro is graduating. I heard about that. I'm not super surprised. Didn't someone else, like, from them graduate a month earlier as well? Like, was it Mume or something that graduated, like, a month earlier? Yeah. I'm not super surprised. I mean, like, it, like, figures, like, she hasn't been active for the past while. Oh, her too? I don't really pay attention too much. Well, about the stuff that goes on. Oh, she's... You don't know the half of it, man. You don't know the half of it about with Maggie. You don't know the half of it. You don't know. But like, yeah, she's really not happy with the stuff there. Who knows, man? Who knows? Right? Oh, spill the tea, what do you mean? I mean, they're moving on. They've been doing it for how many years now? How many years have they been doing it for? I mean, if you wanna figure it out, you can literally just go through Mr. Cake's Discord and just read whatever Maggie has said. Like, it's not that hard to find. To, like, see how she feels, man. But, like, yeah. Like, it's not that hard to find. But yeah, it is what it is. Even Saint Tona's made a video about Psyche Wu was saying it ruined his reputation. Saint Tonas is terrible, man. Who cares? I got no respect for the guy. And, like, his friends. I have no respect for any of them. Just group them all up. Honestly, they should just stay where they are and not be allowed to go anywhere else. No, like, just Tectone and his AoE taunted circle with Saint Tontas and the other group there, they should just be, like, locked up and forced to stay where they are and never leave. With how they are. Just keep them completely locked up in there. Don't have them go anywhere else. But the reality is that's not gonna happen. They're gonna leave at some point. Yeah, why are you not surprised, man? It's fucking Tectone. It's not surprising, man. Like, their entire group, man, they gotta just stay where they are and not be allowed to go anywhere else. Their entire group should be kept from everything. You got a pop-up? What the fuck? The thing is, Tectone is the only one who can make content on whatever he wants. I guess. But honestly, like, it was when Enfield was like, had the beta come out, having Tectone be instantly banned on stream was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. He should be kept away. Like, entirely kept away. I mean, here's the thing, man. They'll just find the next thing. He has enough of an audience where he'll just move on to the next thing and destroy that. Right? Unless people fight against him, like, and keep him out. And that's the problem. That's the problem. They have to be completely kept out. Okay. Yeah, let's go farm some world bosses. What are people up to? I just finished my vitality, so we're not doing more joint ops. Let's go fight more mech boss. He's so tied to the game. Well, no. Here's the thing. Here's the thing you don't understand, man. He doesn't even play it. Here's the thing. If you took Saint Tontas and all of his friend group, all of them, every single person in there, combine them together, they still play less Mua than Mr. Cake. Combined. They still do less. Like, that's the thing, man. He doesn't even play the shit he talks about. He don't even do that. Alright, what channel are we on? 3, okay. No, 2. Alright, let's get people over. And they all have account managers because the game is awful to play. Actually, playing the game is awful, man. Imagine doing all this shit there. Why would you want to? This is the reality, man. No, it's not a lie. They get account managers. In some cases, they even like attack each other for having it, man. They got account managers, man. He only does work if he gets sponsored, yeah. You know, he said today he paid his WUA contract billions to play WUA. Uh-huh. Alright, let's go destroy this thing. Surely we can get people for high. Unless, is the freaking thing dead now? Surely we can get out to kill this thing. I could probably solo this, but still. Alright, let's just do like 10 kills of this. Oh no, now people are coming. Now they're coming. But yeah, I'm like changing my title format again. Trying a different one to see if it helps with search engine optimization or whatever. If you could make it as a guy that makes really good video essays, I don't know, man. His video essays are also really Pepega and heavily biased and skewed towards a specific way. I've seen a decent amount of his shit, and it's like painful to watch. He always has been part of that group, man. Alright, let's get this thing destroyed. Alright, this thing's almost... Alright, let's get this thing out. Outside of that, that's the only thing that of his stuff worth watching. When it's outside of all the crap. Oh. Yeah, it's good. I'm gonna be honest though, like, gacha content kinda just sucks to watch. I don't know. Like, off stream, I don't look at any gacha content. Really. At most, I'll lurk in Mr. Cake's stream a bit, but that's as far as I'll go. Like, I just do not bother. Not really, no. Gacha content is just boring as all hell to watch, man. I find it extremely boring. Unless I'm looking up news or some sort of information or whatever, I just can't watch it. I find it extremely pathetic and boring to watch. Like, I just do not find it interesting at all to watch. Like, personally. Alright. Done with Hectone somehow? Oh, because she isolates herself from that. That's why. I've done like one thing with her before as well, like a year ago. But like, yeah. But like, I just personally do not find gacha stuff interesting at all to watch, man. I don't. I don't find any of this stuff like interesting at all to watch.
Your session will be terminated due to activity in 2 minutes.
Yeah, because she doesn't do any of that stuff. I'm busy. I'm busy. Alright, where's the thing? Alright, let me get my ult over. Alright, I'm gonna be right back then. One sec. What are you doing here? Go home. There was just a random Enderman there, so I sent him home. Right? Wait, I'll do it again. Come on. Hit my hand! The hand trigger's not picking up my hand. There we go. Perfect game balance. There goes half the world's population. I got to do Thanos too. I got to do Thanos too. Well, that is unfortunate. Right, we can differentiate our marks. Yours are a different color than mine. I don't even do skill damage. Yeah, that was fun. Oh yeah. So wouldn't that be the breast one? That's something else to wear though. It is funny how last version of Earth isn't all that high. Right, it was so high that Fenrir actually ended up just depending the fact that Fenrir damaged the phone, ignored the resistance. Doing fine. Doing fine, Kara. Doing cool. Alright, let's put some coal in badges. I'm gonna go and get back there. Keep wishing taking Metal Gear out of my Pokemon game. I actually like the way Captain works in Pokemon Legends. What the fuck? Did you just see that? Did you just see the dump trail just fell off the map? Alright. I know. Okay. I'm back. Oh, wait. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next channel then. Someone there is doing returnee farm. But yeah, if you play gacha games at all, you love the slop to a degree. I mean, I don't like most of them, man. There's a reason why I can't be bothered to touch the vast majority of them. There's a reason why. A lot of the slop is just intolerable for me. Especially when they don't really have anything else to them. Alright then. God damn it, I spawned in dead. What? The fuck you on? There's a 5.0 test recruitment? Okay. Yeah, I know. I don't have to apply that way, though. Just want to say, really think if you wanted, you could, do a video essay one? I guess. Because honestly, there's other shit I kind of wanted to do, like shit post stuff. But I just, like, haven't. But yeah, like, the gacha stuff is, like... A lot of them is just, like, actually, nah. More chaos. Maybe one of these days I'll just, like, make another channel for that stuff. Because, like, yeah, the vast majority of the gachas are, like, a fuck no. And honestly, hot take or not, I think, Genshin coming out and doing what it did only made them worse. It's when, like, things got even worse. And I'm not talking about, like, business practices. I'm talking about, like, how this stuff gets structured as a whole. That part. I'm not talking about the other stuff. I'm talking about, like, the actual game aspect to them. Has gotten a lot worse. Yeah, I don't think so. The reason why is now everyone tries to copy that shit. They all end up copying it and it ends up sucking. Right? They all end up sucking. And having the same issues. Like, to an extent, I think having open worlds, adding open world to gachas was a mistake. A big mistake. I do. That's me personally. Like, here's the thing. With a lot of these gachas, if you took all the stuff away, the gacha stuff away, you'd have literally nothing left. Like, that's the thing, man. If you were to take a lot of, like, the gacha stuff, all that crap away, you would literally have nothing left. For the vast majority of them. You would literally just be, you will end up with, like, nothing. And, like, even with the open world, it just ends up making your regular gacha activities far more annoying and time-consuming. Because now you have to, like, constantly teleport around the map to go and do the thing. Rather than just quickly doing it immediately. Like in a lot of the other ones. The ones before that. Like, that is just my opinion, man. The open world aspect being added to them has made them a lot worse. Especially because as an open world, a lot of them are just terrible. Like, you wouldn't stand on its own without that stuff. Like, here's the thing, man. If Genshin wasn't a gacha, and it was just a buy-to-play open world game, right? They released the whole thing, completed whatever. It wouldn't be anywhere near where it is today. It might be like have like a very tiny niche player base or whatever that played it, and then the entire thing is like dead after like a month. That would have been the reality for like Genshin if it was that way. And it was like handled like that way. It's the same you could say with like a lot of these gachas. If they would get anywhere at all. Heck, like here's the thing, right? There's a Mega Man gacha. Well, there was. It went EOS and they sold it as a buy to play with all the content. And the freaking game there is shit. It's shit. Alright. Right, it's called, what was it, Mega Man, X-Dive or something? Yeah. And basically, it was like a recreation kind of thing of a lot of like the older classic Mega Man X stuff. But like, without having the good stuff of the actual Mega Man X games. It was a gacha game. Game went into service, and then they sold it as like $20-$30 buy to play game to have all the content. It's just that you're better off just buying the actual Mega Man games, like the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, 1 and 2, and playing those instead, or the Mega Man Zero Legacy Collection or whatever, and playing that again, or like playing the Mega Man Legacy Collections again, like playing those instead. You're gonna have a way better time than playing the fucking weird gacha remake abomination that went end of service, sold as a regular game, and had the gacha stuff stripped out. You'd have a better game experience just playing the original stages from the original source. Oh, rip, man. Like, that's the thing. If the thing is, they're missing so much that you literally end up with nothing. You end up with like it's literally just like endless not endless lifeless husks of something pretending to be a game, and that's what like a lot of the gachas are. Like if you were to strip that stuff out, they don't really have anything there in the first place. Think about it this way, man. How much replay value do these things have? Like, outside of you doing your forced chores, what replay value stuff do you have? Answer that question. I'd really think long and hard about it. Because, like, they don't really have any of that. Especially with the open world ones. You see how they use the map, man. Like, actually stop and think. Are you actually replaying stuff and doing, like, and going through things in them? Or are you just logging in, doing your fucking chores, logging out, waiting for the next patch over and over again, to then skip through everything in the next patch, go gamble on the next cheap whore, and then repeat the process? Alright. Yeah, we're gonna look at the Azure Promillia thing after. But again, like, I'm extremely skeptical on it. I'm extremely skeptical. I am extremely skeptical. Alright. Alright, let's get people for the eye again. Like, that's the thing though, that's all your runtime. If you ever just stop to think, how much of it are you actually playing? It's a good way to look at it, man, to just like, take a moment, just stop and think on what you're actually doing, how you're actually playing it. If you can even call what you're doing playing it at all. What do you mean I hate other good games? The fuck? This guy disconnected? Is the party thing like broken? I think it's like fucked. Alright. It's like I DC'd. Oh wait, 8. What genre you want? Here's a good example. The freaking game the music you're hearing is from. That's a good one. But like, yeah, it depends on the genre that we're comparing to. Because each one, I would have to evaluate them differently on how they do certain things. One of these days, I do wanna play E7. But like, yeah. Alright, let's go kill the things here. Okay, you know what I actually kind of wonder then? As well. You know, it'd be really funny if on the Switch 2 they finally re-release Kid Icarus Uprising. But then they're like, oh yeah, that $30 game on the 3DS, that'll be $90. Because they'd finally have like cursor input if they were to do it. Because like, if you've ever played that game, the game, like the original 3DS game for Kid Icarus Uprising, like inside the box, you would get, you would have this like stand to hold your 3DS. Because the way it worked is it was an on-rail shooter, but to like aim and everything, you had to use the touch screen with the stylus. You would hold the stylus and the touch screen, so you can aim your your cursor, right? And then you would use the circle pad, right, the analog stick, to move around, and then the L button to shoot. But because of that, as you can imagine, holding it one-handed, holding the console one-handed, and like constantly, basically, putting pressure on the bottom touchscreen, while holding a stylus to do all the aiming and stuff like that. As you can probably imagine, it's gonna hurt your hand like crazy. It would hurt your hand like crazy because it's like you would have to do that. Great game though. But like, yeah. I do wonder if they would do that and you would just use a Joy-Con mouse. That's probably like the only like actual Nintendo game I can think of that could actually benefit from it. Oh, but like, yeah. This thing's annoying, like seeing that thing. Because I want to use it on the other shit there. Wait, I should be using it on Reactor. Alright, let people get the eye chest. Oh yeah, you're right. There was something, the creator announcement, test server thingy. Oh, here we go. 4.8. Oh wait, in the 5.0 they mean. It'll be open on April 23rd. If you sign the NDA, I don't need to fill any more information. Yeah, I don't even need to fill it. I already have my entry. The 5.0 test server, I already like, yeah, I got a ping on Discord. Of like, okay, cool. And then after that, it's like we wait and see thing. Alright, next channel. We have 7 keys. We'll do 7 more of these, and then we'll do a reacts. I'm just gonna like limit myself to like spending like 10 keys a day. Alright. We'll get more people on the train. Yeah, at least a lot of people are here to go kill the thing. But yeah, like I was saying though, right, with the thing before with the gotchas, right? Like imagine if like they just got rid of, you know, your freaking weeklies, your daily shit. What do you do then? You play through the story, right? But like the stories in a lot of them are just shit. So like what's left? Yeah, game not dead, man. And then 5.0 soon. I don't know the exact date we can like stream the test. But I already know I have access. Well, I'm guaranteed access, but like yeah. Gonna be interesting to see though if we do get Void Piercer buffs. Game dead, stop making content? Well, it depends on what you count as content. They would be as fast as Snowbreak. Like, here's the thing, right? Right, like with a lot of the gotchas open world, what ends up happening, instead of going to a menu and quickly accessing the thing you need to clear, you have to like open the map, right? Go to the fast travel point, then run or walk or whatever to your quest objective, and like you'll have to go through more loading screens that way. So it ends up taking longer instead of being like a quick thing, quick access to your trash mob in a stupid circle. But like yeah, like that's the thing, right? And then like if you remove like the live service part too, right? Obviously you won't have the quote unquote end game shore crap, right? Because there's no purpose to that anymore. Where it's just to give you shit amounts of premium currency, whatever, so you can repeat doing what you were doing already. You won't have to go farm materials or whatever, or deal with like as absurd gear RNG that exists to do nothing more than get you to waste as much time as possible over an extended period of time, because you're never going to get what you want realistically. But yeah, right, that's all they have, right? And like that's it. If you were to treat them as a regular game, they're shit. For the most part, they can't stand on their own there. You strip that away, what's left? Right. And like that's the thing. What happens if you strip all that crap away? What's left? Right, what is left? What incentive do you have to do anything else in there? Right? Like why would you even be there? And like that's the problem with them. When you start trying to look at them that way. It's also why I basically can't be bothered to play most of them. Because that's the reality. It's also why I find a lot of the content to watch with gacha is just extremely boring. The only thing that interests me is basically news. Not necessarily. You go play a PvP game. The content is you playing against other players in PvP games. Right? You go play like Counter-Strike. You go play League of Legends, Dota 2, you know, that type of stuff. You go play like World of Warcraft, you go in a raid or whatever. You're FF14. Although with like the PvE content stuff in those ones, they definitely do put way more work in those. Where they have like all these crazy raid designs and all these other stuff going in. and you're dealing with that stuff. Yeah. And that's like the other thing, right? If you care about like actual content being what they are, you're never gonna get that with gachas because, yeah, that's the reality. They sell you power. What you expect, man. Anything that you do will just be trivialized, but you swiping that card and spending more. At the same time, in general, the free-to-play experience across the board in a lot of them is pretty depressing. It's extremely depressing when you realize just how pepega you have to work for anything. For like the scraps you get. Right, like when you really think about it. Exactly. And the thing is though, it's not that just they have to make the story replayable, they have to actually make it good. And not like the same, find the next cheap whore that they gotta sell, completely throw them off to the side so that they can sell the next one. And then the next one. And then the next one. And then the next one. Right. Are they gonna like actually figure out what they're doing, like actually do something? Instead of that crap. But yeah. And like that's kind of the problem, man. Right. We already saw the thing that HOT is experiencing with like a new freaking ToF server that's like completely MMO focused too. Because they actually have stuff that could work without the gacha. Like they could strip it away and they could make something work with that. They'd have to like add more, like just make the raids and dungeons a bit bigger and put more stuff in them, but like they could do that. They have a good enough foundation where they can do that. You try to like, what happens when you take the gacha away out of the other ones though, right? Imagine Genshin without the mint picking, or Genshin Will without the mint picking and like the absurd material collections and the skill materials and whatever. Like imagine what would happen if you took all of that crap away. Imagine them without all that crap. Like what's left? Right, imagine. Right, and like you already like take out the end game because there's no point of it. It's just you refighting the same crap again. I think the problem is farming isn't the solution either, man. You need to like actually figure out a different reason to keep people around and give them a way to something to go for. If you're not just gonna be like, go play the new story, you get your thing, you get your fix, and then you move on. Because like the problem, unlike a lot of like the older gachas, like this is the thing. A lot of the older gachas were basically just, you can pick it up, you can go do your thing in like 2 minutes when you're on like the bus or whatever, 2 to 5 minutes, and then you're done. You're done checking it, whatever. You're completely done, move on, nothing else, right? And like the 5 minutes is an exaggeration, it's maybe like 3-4 minutes on the longer sessions for a lot of them. Yeah, very instance-based, you're very quick in and out, or like you can quickly and easily just play through a part of the story, do what you want there, and then move on, right? They were like that. And then now you have them adding stuff in there to like make that scuffed thing that you end up doing take like 100 times longer, be significantly more tedious and annoying, right? So now it's no longer just like an extra thing on the side that you do to like fill time while you're waiting for whatever. That's what they used to be, like maybe you're on the toilet or whatever, you know? That's what the old shit used to be. But then again, like after Genshin, that's when the stuff started to change. And now you have these long ass sessions and crap. There were a couple niche things here and there that had you doing things for a bit longer, but you could find ways to automate it and everything. there were ways to like automate it and do all sorts of things. I remember there was a gacha that you can like, that I played before in the past, like a long time ago, where you could literally send your shit to dispatch farm for you. Like, without that, and it wasn't an idle game. It would be like, you would select your stamina, whatever, and then you would just dump it, you would select your party to go farm specific content, and it would just do the auto battle for you, but like, while you're offline. And you could do that. Yeah, still no mounts, but you're curious Azure Promillia. I mean, here's the thing with Azure Promillia, man. If it's just another Genshin, except now you can go capture, pets to go fight and whatever, like, my interest is immediately gonna be thrown out the trash. Because it's like, well, more of the same crap, again, yet another one. That's why I'm like very skeptical until I can really figure out what they're trying to do with it. Because like, here's the thing, there's a non-zero chance and a very high chance that it like ends up being a clone. It's a very high likelihood and like high chance. And that's why I'm like very skeptical. Because like, yeah, if that's what it ends up being, well, I'm out. Right, like, I'm just gonna I'm gonna go through the same song and dance again. Right, I don't need to do it like yet another time again. Instead of mimicking, you plant them instead. Okay, and then you pick them up after. And then you wait a couple days to then pick them up. Like, here's the thing, man, with ToF, the fucking gacha crap is just so weird in here. Like, you could take it away and you still have something to work with. They actually have shit to work with here. If you were to take off the gacha crap, they just don't have a lot of it. But they actually have something to work off of. Yeah, better than Genshin by only a small margin, hey. You know, like, being only slightly better than garbage is still just garbage that's slightly better. You know? Yeah, it's like fucking woo-woo tactics, and then what? You undercut them by like 10% on price of the crap? Honestly, you know what'd be hilarious, actually? I'm really hoping that the EU stuff that they're pushing comes into effect soon and like really spreads around. Because like, it'll be hilarious once they actually are forced to sell packs that actually show you what you're actually buying. For the average dumbass. Because like, the average gacha player don't understand shit on how much their shit actually costs, like how much their shit sells for. It'll be hilarious when they see their gacha pull is just $2 for one pull, and then they like to guarantee their thing that's like $400. It'll be hilarious when they can finally see it in like the most obvious way to tell as possible. Once the EU like actually fully enforces that crap, it'll be great. Just to see what happens, the shitstorm. I want to see that eventual shitstorm, man. It's gonna be hilarious. Yeah, the instant discount release, all the other crap, yeah. But like, yeah, it's like, you think about it, right? You go log, let's say, but like the story stuff, right? If you do the gacha only for story, right, you don't need to go do anything for that, you just go through it. But it's like, if you don't like it or don't pay attention to it, or you're just pressing the skip button, you know, it don't matter if they make you sit through like you know, 5 hours of jargon that you don't give a fuck about. If you're skipping it all in like and doing it all in 2 minutes, you only had 2 minutes of content that you skipped over. Yeah, it'd be cool if they actually had actual dungeons, man. I'd like to see that. Join ops and stuff, like, and ruins and ToF had so much potential, but like, they didn't take it anywhere, man. Just wasted potential. Though there's like a lot of that shit in ToF that like, if they just went back in and just expanded upon it, they could do a lot with it. But they don't. I mean, in the case of Uwa, it's just, there isn't anything. That's because there isn't anything there. There isn't. There isn't anything there, man. Alright, what are people talking about here? Bulletstorm sales pitch is not persuasive enough. What? It doesn't really. What are they talking about here? Dress up collection ranking ToF, but no PvP. I mean, but just a lot of people just don't bother with PvP, man. Oh, hopefully that guy teleports here quick, so Ban gets here quick so he can get his chest before he despawns. Oh, nice. Thanks, man. Funny enough, though, the new character, Cantarella, was actually good looking, but then they censor. Yeah, I heard about that, man. Alright, on to the next channel. Rip Ban missed his chest. He just missed the chest. Well, it is what it is, man. Alright, let's go get people in channel 3 now. Yeah, I'm not surprised it destroyed her mental health. I already knew that was gonna happen a long time ago. Here's the thing, she knew it was gonna happen. She knew. But like, she's kinda just stuck there for now. That's like where she's at. For now. It is what it is, man. They could, but they're not going to. I doubt they're going to do it. What do you mean, she who? Dude, talking about Maggie. Like, she knew she wasn't gonna, like, think long term, man. It's just that, like, that's where she is. She's stuck right now. It pays her bills for now. That's where she is for now, man. Like, no shot she's staying longer than like a year and a half, man. Or 2 years. When she can like jump ship, she will. The moment she can move on, she will move on entirely. Yeah. Yeah, and she was ranting about stuff already on there while playing that. She was just ranting and complaining about gotchas and crap. Oh, that's nice. But they have a trailer thing there for the new character for Snowbreak. Alright, let's let people get their eye chest. You can't see unsee an older version of Nahida that's tans and goes to the gym. What? The fuck? The reason why is because the fucking community is atrocious. And Kuro doesn't like it either, man. The only thing Kuro will like supports and encourages is praising them for some crazy reason and attacking everything else. They actively encourage and support that shit. And so like they've basically trapped themselves in the crazy ass echo chamber, man. That and also like the fucking audience is like brain dead as all hell. You know, they don't realize they're being farmed. Their fucking devs listen shit is so stupid. Cause it's like they're creating problems to then put a band-aid on. Like, bro, what? It's not even just that, it's their moderation and just everything else as a whole. And here's the thing, since day one, even their own ads, it's even in their own ads that feed into it. Their own advertising feeds into it too. Because like, guess what, the toxicity and all the shit there, it goes way back, man. Even their own ads feed into it. They themselves are part of the problem. And like, that's not gonna change. Like, it's not going to change. So we just deal with it, man. It's not going to change. Alright, come on, people. Come to Channel 9. But like, yeah, with like a lot of the gotchas, man, you take this shit away, you got nothing. And it's like sad too when they have the open world. They could do stuff with it. They could, but like they just don't. They could probably figure something out to do instead of it just being a fucking mint picking fest. And yeah, like that's the other thing, man. For a mobile game, I don't know how the hell people play this shit on their phone. Like, how the fuck do you play this crap on your phone, man? Like, how the fuck can you do it? Right, like, how the hell do people, like, actually play this stuff on their phones? I will never understand that. It's not even that. Even without that, man, here's the thing. If you don't value what you get from exploration, because the exploration in themselves just suck. Like, that's the thing. Like, here's the thing, man. I can go back and, like, I can go, like, pick up and play, like, some random ass Sonic game, pick a random stage that's, like, 3 to 5 minutes long, and I could be playing that thing for hours and hours on end. That, like, one fucking stage, even. And I could keep doing it for hours and hours on end. But, like, with a lot of these gachas, man, I can't even last a few minutes without being like, fuck, am I done yet? Like, I can. Because, like, they have, like, no actual replay value or anything in them, man. And, like, when you just, all you're doing is just annoying chores, it's just, yeah. You played in full? No, no, like Snapdragon Elite. Okay. Yeah, like I use like a cheap ass phone. I need to get a new phone soon. My phone is old. Is actually quite old now. And like sometimes it like has issues when I'm trying to play music from Plex. When I'm out, like, yeah, I'll probably have to look into getting a new one soon. Because it's like, as long as it still works, I just keep using it. It's like an old Yumi Digi model. I've had it for like 6 years or something. It was a cheap phone, man. I can't justify to myself spending like a bunch of money on a phone when all I'm gonna do is like, you know, use it to like play music or whatever, maybe read some things once in a while, and then call and text people. Outside of that, like, I put the phone away because I'd rather use something else. I'm not even gonna fucking game on my phone, man. Even if I was to get a higher end phone, man, I ain't gonna fucking play games on it. I carry around the fucking Steam Deck with me when I'm out and about. You know, if I really feel like I'm gonna be reading stuff for a longer period of time, I'll carry around my tablet and I'll just use that to read. Because I like to have like a bigger screen. Like, I would rather use those other devices that I bring with me than fucking do this shit on my phone. Because, like, I have other shit that will do what I want better. You know, your gamer Red Magic phone isn't gonna do a job better than the other shit I use. Right, like, the freaking pricing on them too is not worth it. Especially with how I'm gonna end up using it. So, like, again, it's part of why I use cheaper phones, man. I think, like, the upper limit I would spend on a phone is, like, $200. It's, like, the upper limit. That is, like, the max. Because, like, I can't justify it. I don't like doing shit on my phone. Right, like smaller screen and stuff like that, and all the other crap there. I also like prefer to have it like a bit on the smaller end too, so it's easier to put in my pocket. So it's like actually pocketable. When I do wear clothes that have pockets. But like, yeah. Like, and like that's the thing. Alright, like I can't like justify like actually playing shit on there. And like here's the other thing too, when it comes to price, like I could get like a handheld device to play my games on and like a cheap like $150, $200 phone. And I could do that twice. I could maybe even do it in some cases 3 times over before I get to the price point of some of these like gaming phones. Depending on what I buy and bring along. Like, the actual cost incentive there too is just like, fucked. And like, if we're talking about foldables, man, foldables, honestly, here's the thing, right? The only phone that's like high-end enough that I could maybe try to see is the foldables for the bigger screen, because I do like to read a lot on like a nicer, bigger screen. Like, I do. Having like a nice big screen for reading is great, but like when they're costing like 3,000 plus, the answer is fuck no. Like, it ain't worth $3,000, man. I'd rather just like have, again, a cheaper phone and then carry around like a $300 tablet or whatever for like, again, like a tenth of the price. And like if anything happens, well, the risk of losing whatever and the fear of that stuff is significantly reduced. Because it's like, it's a lot easier to deal with. But like, yeah, that's like me personally. Although I do know someone who does like, in the family who does own a Samsung Galaxy Fold, like the big one. I haven't seen him in a while though, like, but like one of my relatives, he does own one. It is, it is cool for what it is. But like, again, it's like, the price and everything is just like, yeah, no. It's like, you could buy like 2 or 3 iPhones for the price of one of those. And like, the thing is, I wouldn't buy an iPhone anyways, because I don't like iOS. Actually, no, maybe one day I will buy an iPhone, like an older, like, used iPhone XR or something, just so I can use it for like, so I can plug into my computer for like, for face tracking, and that's it. Because like, they're actually like good cameras for that, and that's it. That's like the only reason why I would buy an iPhone, if I was to do that. Because otherwise, I do not like iOS. I really don't like the UI and the gesture stuff on iOS. And sometimes when it's like not consistent with things, it is like really annoying. Also, the freaking lack of a proper file system on like regular iOS is another pain point. Because like I said before, I do read a lot of stuff. And like what I would do is like I'd load up a bunch of like the things that I would be reading, send them to my device and read them from there. Not having a proper management system for the shit I use, also a massive pain point. Alright, because I'm just looking at it as like how I would use the device myself personally. So like the things that I value are that's like what I value. You don't like iPhones overrated, the camera's the only good thing? Yeah, the cameras on them is actually quite good, and like that's it. At the end of the day, you just want the thing that works for what you're using it for, and everything like that. If it does what you need it to do, great. If it doesn't, well fuck. Rip. Oh, great. I think my thing froze again. Why is the game being weird now? Why is it like freezing like crazy now? It's just like, what the fuck? Alright, let me reopen it. I don't know why it's being weird. It wasn't like this yesterday. Alright, we'll do one more iBoss. Alright. Cool. But like, yeah. Like, that's the thing, man. Fuck, where'd the window go? For booster? Shit, where is it? Oh, I accidentally dragged it off the thing because my mouse went all weird. Fuck. I hate it when like freaking Windows like just like resets your window position when certain things like certain apps like bork up. Alright, cool. I'm back in here. Let's go to the next one. This will be the last one of these we'll do for the day. And then we'll go look at the other shit. Right, because I have one more key. Oh yeah, when we get to the reaction thing for Azure Promillia, that'll definitely get re-uploaded as like an actual, just a video. Alright, come on. Alright, we just destroy this cannon now. Alright, now we gotta destroy this one. Alright, let's see. Over here. Alright, let's get eye chest for people. Alright, now we warp on over. Wait, when's like the snowbreak patch up dropping? When is that dropping anyways? Is it like tomorrow or what? Right, cause like that's soon. I did my snowbreak daily stuff off stream already. Because it's like, just log in for a minute. I'm just using some of them slowly. Because honestly, at this point, we've been hoarding them for like so long, it's like not even worth it. For me to like keep saving some of them. I'm basically just gonna go up until like, these are both level 6. Or level 7 up here. And then I'm gonna hoard again. So when like the top 2 are like level 7, I think. That's probably what I'll do. When it's still like reasonable to like get the upgrades. Oh, but yeah. Just for now, you know. Long term though, like, the hoarding will stop. I'm just slowly spinning my keys. Well, there's no more chest. So what we're gonna do now... Alright, we're gonna let the thing AFK there so I can get ciphers. Alright. So, react time. Right. What should we tackle first? What should we tackle first, then? Oh, let me go look at the list of stuff to look at. You know what? Let's look at this one first.
My dudes, get your loot.
Because, like, I've had this just in this tab open for, like, a week now. That was saved that we were supposed to react to before. I'm just farming it for the lulz, man. I'm just stockpiling it for fun. I don't need them. I got everything out of the shop months ago. Like, I got everything from the cipher shop months ago. But, like, you know, like 2 months ago I finished it. It's just that I'm just collecting more for the fun, for the fun of it, because, like, it's just AFK there. I don't need to do anything. Why not? You know? It also puts me in a good position when I log in for the next day of dailies. Alright, it's like we can do it while we're reacting. Right, but yeah.
And make sure you bring extra because we're going real weepy with this one. If you've been
Okay.
following gaming news, I'm sure you've already noticed, but almost every Japanese gaming company that we grew up with has been getting a lot of heat for censorship, changing dialogue,
Yep.
and turning down adult themes over the past couple of years. What's going on here? Is
Yeah.
this some type of conspiracy?
them are
or
like
is it just
that.
a bunch of weirdos overreacting? Well, hop in, my dudes. We're going back to a simpler time. I don't know when or what got you dudes into Japanese media, but for me, it was a combination of all the badass 90s anime. My favorites were Cowboy Bebop, Tenchi Muyo, Shadow Skull, and obviously Dragon Ball Z. This in combination
Yep.
of what I consider the peak of Japanese RPGs on the original PlayStation. I know everybody has their own favorite Final Fantasy game, but for most people, it's either 7, 8, or 9. But there were also a
Alright.
ton of other games that were just as good, like Star Ocean, Legend of Legaia, and Wild Arms. Now, if you're really big into Japanese media or content, you'll probably notice that no matter how different the world or art style is, there is something that they all have in common, and that's the unmistakable Japanese tone, feel, and overall vibe. And
Yep.
also huge.
Huge.
No matter what the genre is, Japan
Huge
has always been able to
personality
take
on them.
something popular and make it
Yeah,
their
he
own.
has a-
Story about pirates? Boom.
Yeah, the
One
Scouter,
Piece,
yeah.
And Like a Dragon pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Medieval European
Okay.
settings? Oh, snap Elden Ring! And the GOAT Ocarina of Time, bitches! Hup, hup, ah! It kind of makes you wonder, how does Japan come up with so many unique stories and worlds so easily? And why does it always turn out so bad when Western companies try to emulate
Yeah.
this style? Like how they butchered my boy Cowboy Bebop.
Rip.
The reason Japan does so well creating rich stories and unique settings is because it's literally embedded
You're at the Walmart bathroom and they accused you of drinking and talking to the lobsters in the tank. You barricaded the door and the cop said, "Come out," but what? Wait, what? You're in the Walmart bathroom after they accuse you of drinking and talking to the lobsters. What? I'm confused. I guess your Walmart sells lobsters. And then you barricaded the door. Well then. Careful sitting on the toilet, man. Toilet seats aren't exactly the most optimal thing to be sitting on for extended periods of time. But welcome anyways.
into Japanese culture in that they take something that's not inherently Japanese and they make it their own. And this goes back for thousands of years. So we're going back even further.
Shared a true moment of friendship. Asked me to free him. And his name is Steven. He is subscribed, watching it subscribed. Okay. Alright then, Steven.
If you look at Japanese writing, clothing, architecture, and art, you'll notice
Toilet gives hemorrhoids if you sit for a long time, yeah. You shouldn't be sitting on them for extended periods of time. They're not exactly, the most optimal thing to be sitting on.
that's very similar to what you see in ancient China. This isn't just some coincidence. It's because most of early Japan was built on Chinese influences. This is why
Yep.
people who have not studied or consumed Japanese media have a hard time telling the difference. Talking about
Yep.
you, Ubisoft.
Ubisoft.
Ubisoft! It's over! For you, not for me! So skip ahead a couple of centuries and Japan starts slowly introducing and adopting Western influences, such as clothing and politics. They also went a little too hard on the military. But hey, at
Yep.
least we got Tifa. Now, starting around the 1930s, Japanese animation started taking off. If you think you're looking at some vintage Mickey Mouse cartoon, you'd be wrong. Japan
Okay.
started off by emulating early Disney animation. And just like everything Japan touches, it became its own thing. And now they got us all out here watching some weird shit. There's this one anime where
Yep.
this dude has a notebook like in Death Note, but he writes the names of these cute girls in it, and then they...
こら教えるなよ絶対に
my bad. So what does this all have
What
to do
was
with
they
gaming?
ta- what are they
well,
talking
in the 80s
about?
and 90s, Japan
I feel like that'd be something you guys would like to find out. The guy writes in the notebook about girls he likes or whatever. Was that what he said? Wait.
girls in it, and then they...
こら教えるなよ絶
It's probably one of those off-brand things, right? the other kind of content that you can find. Probably one of those. Probably.
絶対に
my bad. So what does this all have to do with gaming? Well, in the 80s and 90s, Japan basically took over the auto and electronic industries with
Yep.
the same design philosophies. But more importantly, Nintendo launched its console, the Famicom, outside of Japan, pulling us out of the video game crash of 1983, which was caused by market saturation and poor quality games released by Atari. Nintendo literally saved console gaming with Mario and Zelda by blowing the minds of every
Keyword is
kid back in the
console
day.
gaming.
And unfortunately, the minds of
Because gaming
stay-at-home
wasn't
moms
dead
as they started
with
complaining
the
about
crash.
gaming
Only
violence.
consoles were.
Shame on people that produce that trash. It's child abuse, in my judgment.
This led to one of the biggest scams in gaming ever created. Rating
Yeah.
boards
The lewd ones.
such as the ESRB, which was established in 1994. And since other countries have different views on what's appropriate for children, Japan followed suit, creating Sero in 2002, and also Europe created Peggy in 2004. These companies literally created
Yep.
a problem and are selling gaming studios the solution, as it can cost
Yeah.
thousands of dollars to have a game rated. And since these companies are privately owned and self-regulated, they get to decide on what is offensive. Many Japanese and Western developers have criticized Sero specifically for being too strict, such as Hori Hoji-san, the creator of Dragon Quest, and the creator of Kirby and Super Smash Bros, Sakurai Masahiro-san. Hey, are you paying attention? Or are you looking at the Japanese waitress? Come on, dudes, pay attention. Now, a lot of people think that all this
Or are we
censorship we
looking at
keep
the
seeing in
waitress?
Japanese games is only due to Sero being strict. But you're not seeing the whole picture. It's only part of the problem. It doesn't explain why we keep seeing games censoring content that would have zero impact on the rating of the game. But even
Yep.
if it did, I don't respect any company that is willing to dumb down and censor their content instead of just respecting the core material. Not to mention the people that are buying these games have only gotten older, and literally nobody
Yep.
gives a shit about ratings anymore. So what's going on? Well, let's look at the facts. These companies all proudly state on their website their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, like ratings stopped like mattering, especially when you realized, fuck, they put like gambling games as like 12 for 12 plus on the fucking app store, right? But like, you know, a card game like Balatro has to be 18 plus for some reason. Like, what the fuck, man? The fuck is going on with these freaking ratings boards? What? Okay, I'm a butt? Okay. Sure. Sure.
Which is a Western ideology. It's not Japanese. But what does that mean exactly? And does it really have a negative impact on Japanese games? Hamaguchi Naoki-san, who was the project lead for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, recently stated that there is a change of essence in Square Enix's approach to game development in terms of prioritizing the global audience right from the beginning. And this starts
Well,
with their
global
hiring practices.
audience.
Historically, Japanese companies like Squaresoft, now Square Enix, had a workforce that was predominantly Japanese, especially in their early years. However, they've been trying to diversify their company by hiring foreign nationals to localize and work on their games. They now state that around 50% of their middle management is now foreign nationals. And while
Damn.
they don't state what percent of their total employees are non-Japanese, Capcom, which has had a ton of controversy for their censorship, does. They stated that now 6.8% of their staff is not Japanese, which
That's
is insane
crazy.
for a Japanese company working inside of Japan.
Yeah,
so
that's
let me
a
ask you
lot.
dudes,
That's
what
like
do you
a
think
lot of, like,
happens when you slowly
just
start
foreigners.
replacing Japanese developers and Japanese culture with non-Japanese people that don't understand Japanese culture at all? Well, it's pretty obvious that these
And that picture, though, those picture choices, wait.
developers and Japanese culture with non-Japanese people that don't understand
Ah, yes, the Papegas. Right, your average Discord mod or your Reddit mod.
Japanese culture at all. Well, it's pretty obvious that these games are going to start to feel less and less Japanese and look more Western. This is why we keep seeing female characters being censored and world building that
Yep.
does not feel or look like it was created by a Japanese studio. This is one of the reasons that this body type A or B nonsense is such a red flag, as it shows that the game has more than likely been created with a non-Japanese audience in mind. Not a single
Yep.
Japanese person is walking around Japan and wanting this in their games, or even understand what the hell it is. It's literally US gender ideologies being forced into Japanese content, and many of us have been noticing this going on with Japanese games for a while now. But don't take my word for it. Masahiro Sakurai-san has voiced his opinion on the matter recently regarding the direction of Japanese games. He was asked on his thoughts on the noticeable boom in the Chinese gaming market, which by the way wouldn't be as popular if Japanese devs got their shit together. Also, some people try to say that
the Chinese market's coming in to pick up the slack.
this was a mistranslation, but I went ahead and translated this myself. He stated, "I believe Japanese people should push forward with what they love. A while back there was this culture of thinking, since various works are popular in America, let's make Americanized stuff. A tendency to align with a de facto standard, which is a product or specification that becomes the standard through market competition. But surprisingly, overseas fans of Japanese games don't seem to want that. I feel like they're seeking Japanese uniqueness and the charm that comes with it. In other words, I think it's ideal to create what you like freely and let those who enjoy it embrace it." And he's exactly right. He perfectly explains the issues plaguing Japanese games right now. And this is why Chinese companies are starting to take over. Literally nobody wants to play westernized Japanese games. But for some reason, these companies keep using internal localizers or go out of their way to pay activist companies labeling themselves as sensitivity consultants to censor female characters, hide any offensive content, and modernize the game so that it doesn't offend anybody, instead of just directly translating them like they did back in the day. I think the best way to show this is with the original Final Fantasy VII, which was released in 1997, and the remake, which was released in 2020, with Part 2, Rebirth, being released in 2024. This 30-year gap shows exactly how much of an impact.
Yeah, and I did not like the remake either. I thought the remake was shit when I played it. I thought it was awful. I'm like, what the fuck? Right, you guys remember. I was not a fan of the remake. If anything, I wish I could have gotten it refunded when I bought the remake of Final Fantasy VII.
Western ideologies have had on a Japanese company like Square Enix. And I've already made a video about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that goes more in depth with the issues I have with those games. But since I played the OG, remake, and Rebirth all in English and Japanese, it's easy to see how much of an impact the West has had on Japanese games. Oh, but I like those games, so you're wrong. Man, shut up. I'm not saying that these games are terrible, and there's nothing wrong.
I am. I think the remake is terrible. I never played the original, but I think the remake is terrible.
With criticizing something you like or discussing its shortcomings. Just understand that these changes either made the game worse or less Japanese. While playing these games, I noticed that a ton of dialogue and content was changed in the remake and Rebirth from the original game, as it could be deemed offensive to women or put minorities in a negative light. Unfortunately, these changes have had a huge impact on character development and world building, which made the original game feel unique and inherently Japanese. Look at this scene from the original game that takes place on a train in Midgar. A character named Jesse tells Cloud that when the lights go off, you never know what kind of creeps will come out, which makes you think about pickpockets or something. But in Japanese, she says, "Kuraku naru kara chikan ga oi no yo."
Free Japanese lesson.
Kuraku naru kara chikan ga oi no yo means that when the lights go out, there are a lot of chikan. And I'm sure a lot of you weebs know about chikan, but it's a Japanese-specific social issue. The best way for me to translate it would be a train molester, which has been an ongoing issue in Japan. There are some weirdo dudes that try to grope women on crowded trains. This is why there are female-only trains available during rush hour times. In 1997, the translator for the game used the term creeps instead of chikan, but it wasn't because it was offensive. It was because it's too hard to explain in English. This is called localization, which can be hit or miss depending on how it's handled, like how they messed up rice balls in Pokemon.
These donuts are great. Jelly-filled are my favorite.
Jelly-filled
Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut.
Ah, the
What are
classic.
you talking about, bro? Anyway, so how was this handled in
Nothing
remake? Well, it
beats
was
a
just completely
jelly-filled
removed
donut,
from
guys.
both the English and Japanese version, because you can't offend women whatsoever, stripping a Japanese-specific issue that shows how much of a dangerous place the slums of Midgar are. Maybe you think this is not a big deal, but these changes happen throughout the entire game. The most offensive one being the Honeybee Inn from Sector 5, which was a Japanese-specific brothel or soporando. In the original game, there was even cut content where you were able to pick a girl that you like. Wait, what?
Damn.
Well, it's like Disneyland, but a lot better. Basically, in Japan, there are places you can go and pay money to have a girl wash your entire
It's like Disneyland, but better. What a description.
body and... Man, come on, you dudes got Google? So in the remake, they scrapped everything and turned it
Damn.
into some cringe Vegas-style burlesque show
Oh yeah, I remember this thing being weird as all hell. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
where you're forced to dance with some gay dude in order
Yep.
to virtue signal instead. Nothing
Yeah, this thing was really, really weird. Oh.
in this scene is Japanese. It's
Yeah.
the worst part of the game. And you can't even skip it like you could in the original one. And no, it's not cringe because this dude's gay. It's just that since most gay dudes
Nah, it
look
was
like
cringe.
everybody else, Square Enix won't be able to get their virtue signal points, so they have to put this dude in spandex in order to get the point across. It's terrible. Come on, dudes. These Japanese companies are so bad at virtue signaling that it breaks the immersion.
True beauty is an
I get, like, there's a reason why I was like, my favorite character in Final Fantasy VII Remake was the random NPC girl with a baseball cap and I think she was wearing jeans that was standing on some crate with a megaphone just spewing insults at the entirety of Avalanche. That was like the only character I didn't hate when I played through Final Fantasy VII Remake. Because I'm like, yeah, you say it, man. I'm with the fucking NPC that's basically poking fun and insulting everything. I'm like, yeah, I agree.
expression of the heart.
'Cause I
A
was
thing
just like,
without
nah.
shame, to which notions of gender
The
don't
plate
apply.
falling was the best thing that happened. Right? Too bad there was no option to just cheer and help the bad guys.
Don't ever be afraid, Cloud.
I've said this before, but my favorite character in Baldur's Gate 3 was Astarion. And he was obviously made to be bisexual or whatever, but he was portrayed as a cold-hearted, selfish asshole throughout the entire game, and is deeply flawed. This leads up to one of the most badass revenge side stories I've ever seen in an RPG. However, I've noticed that in Western AAA games, and recent Japanese games specifically, you can't treat minorities or LGBT characters like normal people that have flaws because of this whole equity bullshit or whatever. In Final Fantasy VII Remake, they changed my favorite character Barrett's biggest point of growth. In the original game, Barrett leads the eco-terrorist group known as Avalanche.
Yep.
And in the first mission of the game, you set off to blow up a reactor, which ends
Yep.
up killing thousands of innocent people, which later
I remember
Barrett
that.
regrets, as he states he has a lot of blood on his hands. Too much that he feels it's wrong to even hold his adopted daughter. Well, in the remake, they changed it where the
Yep.
bomb that he planted was just some tiny explosion, and it was
Yep.
actually Shinra that blew up the reactor instead. It completely
Yep.
ruins the impact of his decision and the
Mhm.
burden he carries throughout the entire game. And they did this just so that Barrett did not get labeled as some eco-terrorist. It's just so stupid. I'll admit in the OG there was not a lot of black characters with a lot of dialogue in
it's
the
like,
world. But there was one
The
dude
stuff
named
like
Mr.
just doesn't make any sense. It's like, what? Eco-terrorists? But like, they didn't do shit.
Coates, who was basically a gang leader in the Golden Saucer prison. Since I was a kid, I always pictured this dude like one of those gang members in the movie Meteor Man. Man, I'm getting old. So anyways, black guy in a prison gang. What should we do? Oh, let's race swap him to be some Vanilla Ice looking dude. Problem solved. Come on.
Yeah,
This
it ends
same
up
thing
looking
happened
really
with Larry
weird.
from the Dead Rising remake as well. This is the only time you'll see a character in a game or movie that's a minority being replaced with some white dude. It's just so obvious why they did this. Man, I just gotta be real. These major AAA Japanese companies have had a hard time making stories that players enjoy. Even with Monster Hunter Wilds, which even though it was a huge success, most people's biggest complaint about the game was how bad the story is, and that you should just skip it to get to the end game. But traditionally, Japanese games have always been carried by their stories. And if Monster Hunter Wilds characters weren't so bad, except for Alma and Gamma, maybe people would have enjoyed the story a lot more. But hey dudes, look, I can go on and on about censorship, and I have a ton of videos that talk about it. But almost every remake or remaster from the top Japanese companies in the past 5 years have either been censored, had
because
offensive
BLM,
dialogue
whatever.
changed, or gender removed, and I'm just so sick of it. And it sucks that the game I'm looking most forward to about Japan is Showa American Story, which is being developed.
That is true. I am also looking forward to this, man. I do want to play Show American Story. It looks like it'd be crazy fun to play. Right? If you guys know what that is. If you don't, look it up.
By a Chinese studio.
Yep.
Come on. Maybe one day Japanese companies will pull their heads out of their asses and stop following the trends from failing Western companies and go back to their roots. There's a reason games such as Like a Dragon are so popular right now. It's because of how so over-the-top Japanese they are, it feels almost alien to people. And also huge jugs. Peace.
Huge chugs. He knows his priorities, man. Alright, he got his priorities straight. Good for him. But like, yeah. Like, that was something that I've had, like, hoarded up. But like, hey, finally we got that off the list. There was this video too. Might as well cross this out too. It's been here for a week as well. Might as well remove it too, so we don't have to. So we can move on to the next one. Alright. Why 2025 best year to start the Trails series? Sky remake, faster localization, and more. Yeah, we're gonna get caught up with the whole thing by the end of the year, which is great. Which is great. Alright.
Over the years, Falcom's Trail series has
Hi, you should uninstall. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, have fun lurking.
become increasingly more difficult to recommend. Besides the many games boasting direct interconnectivity across an overarching plot, which has only become more overwhelming the longer it goes on.
Yeah, because 20 years worth of games.
The other major issue has been rooted in Western audiences always being considerably behind. In addition to how long it would ordinarily take a newcomer to reach the current games, the reality of taking all that time and then needing to dodge spoilers from the Japanese releases for well over a year isn't exactly enticing. In all honesty, if I wasn't lucky enough to have discovered Trails back when it first started to get its Western releases, I'm not sure if I would have had it in me to play catch-up for over 10 games and still counting. However, these issues have been softening over the past few years, and given the most recent developments from this year alone, there is undeniably no better time to start getting into this series. Firstly, and most significantly for prospective players, is the upcoming remake of the first game in the Trails series, Trails in the Sky First Chapter. In the West, the only modern platform for the Trails in the Sky trilogy is on PC, contrasting the rest of the game's availability on consoles. Further, while more of a personally minor and inescapable point, the chibi characters and lack of a consistent English dub throughout Trails in the Sky have made it seem pretty old school, and to be fair, it is.
It is,
As much as it doesn't bother me and
it's a
many other
21-year-old
fans,
game.
the lack of an English dub and fully fleshed out modern 3D environments are drastic turnoffs for many. Thankfully, Trails in the Sky First Chapter will be the first clear-cut, easy recommendation for potential fans, especially those who enjoy more modern RPGs. This remake will feature an English dub and be crafted using the latest game's engine, built in-house by Falcom themselves. Another facet to consider is that this release will feature the partial action combat.
Like their custom in-house engine is like really well optimized too.
That was introduced in the newest games.
It ain't gonna feel like the Koei Tecmo unplayable mess that Atelier Yubia was. When I tried to play that on stream like 2 weeks, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago? I forget.
Making them more exciting for modern players. To elaborate, the games from Trails through Daybreak onward have implemented a new battle system where you can swap between turn-based and action combat, mostly at will, though it's still predominantly turn-based. Prior to this announcement, Trails of Cold Steel and Trails through Daybreak have been seen as somewhat reasonable starting games to grab you in. Still, besides the later titles of those sagas being drastically less standalone, even the first games have plenty of context that would be lost on new players. So, come fall 2025, anyone can jump onto the Trails train with Sky First Chapter. lacking any notable caveats. Well, sort of. Admittedly, the future issues to consider are having to wait for more remakes, and then there's the case of the two games after the Sky trilogy, the
Yep.
Crossbell duology, being presented like the original Sky titles.
Yeah.
Still, having an undeniably easy answer for how to get started with these games will do wonders for the franchise's growth, and make the hopeful arrivals of future remakes exciting events to anticipate. Even if newer players want to wait for the rest of the Sky trilogy, and maybe even later games to get remakes, that's not an inherent negative, assuming they're aware it'll collectively take several years, and that some spoilers will probably seep through the cracks. Having one release to look forward to at a time is a lot more digestible than having to play over 10 games. In
Yeah, a lot
essence,
more.
Trails in the Sky first chapter has opened the floodgates for getting new fans and enhancing the series' potential to grow more than ever. However, for those who become intensely invested in the series after Trails in the Sky first chapter, and don't mind catching up to the latest games, the future is nowhere near as dim as it once was. Way back in the day, we weren't even sure if we'd receive the direct sequel to Trails in the Sky in the West. And
Oh yeah,
beyond that,
Sky
waiting
second
multiple
chapter
years
was
for a single
the
Western release
craziest
was
thing
always the
ever.
norm. That is all
Right, like the story behind how Trails in the Sky second chapter got localized was crazy. Especially because the guy who was like trying to translate it back then almost he almost went down the sewer slide because of how crazy of a task it was. Because for some reason he thought it was a great idea to try to translate the entire game on his own.
changed now, though, with the announcement of Trails Beyond the Horizon, known in Japan as Kai no Kaseki. This is the newest game in the franchise that debuted in September 2024. NIS America recently confirmed that the title would make its way west in fall 2025, marking the first time in the series' 20-year history that only a one-year gap exists between the Japanese and global audiences.
Yep.
And, more outstandingly, as of now, the West would be caught up to Japan. Of course, given the sheer scale of localizing these games, due to their vast word counts and other related factors, simultaneous worldwide releases are likely not in the cards quite yet for future games. Yet, not only will these gaps gradually shorten, but being just one game behind is so much more welcoming than what used to be the case. Making matters even more notable is that 2025 alone has 4 Western Trails releases, a once believed impossible reach. Trails in the Sky first chapter is planned for a worldwide fall 2025 release.
Yep.
Trails Through Daybreak 2 was released in the West earlier this year in February. Trails Beyond the Horizon is planned for a Western release this fall, and the overlooked and forgotten spin-off, Ys vs. Trails in the Sky Alternative Saga,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Like that fighting game spin-off is coming.
is also planned to release in the West officially sometime this year. Ultimately, it's worth
forgot about
acknowledging
that.
that Trails isn't for everyone, and even with these substantial updates benefiting Western fans, the lengthy word counts and vast intricacies will always make these games intimidating on some scale. The central appeal of Trails is rooted in its multifaceted cast, recurring NPCs, and overarching narrative threads, which all coalesce into something truly grand. For these experiences to be worthwhile, you must be very patient and open-minded enough to play through hundreds of hours of gradual build-up. Still, those open to at least trying out these games have a much more welcome opportunity than ever, thanks to Trails in the Sky first chapter. And if they have the drive to catch up, the consistency of future Western release windows is brighter than ever. Trails in the Sky first chapter will be released worldwide simultaneously on PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, and PC in fall 2025. Trails Beyond the Horizon will be released in the West for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, and PC in fall 2025. And lastly,
Lots of them,
the spin-off, Ys vs. Trails in the Sky Alternative Saga, will be released in the West for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, and PC later this year.
Alright, there was that one. Alright, one sec. I'm doing like the carrot thingy, the carrot event thingy at the same time while I'm doing the reacts. Because it like just takes a while to go through them. That's great that we got one more video out of the queue gone. What else do we have in the queue? We'll do a couple before we do the Azure Promillia one. Let's see. Let me scroll up a bit. Oh, this one was posted yesterday. Online game subscriptions need to go. Yeah, I agree.
With the recent reveal of the Nintendo Switch 2 and its pricing, I believe there's a reasonable
Some small guy's channel. Okay. Oh, this got 44k views. Damn.
discussion to be had about paying for online subscriptions. This isn't a recent problem we've had, but I think it has gone on for way too long. Nobody has really talked about this either. When I went to search this topic on YouTube, there actually wasn't as much on this topic as I thought there would be, and definitely not anything recent. I want to bring this discussion to life, and hopefully something can be done about it, although I am not sure what that could be. Let's dive into it. First, we have to cover the subscriptions before we get into why they shouldn't exist.
Yep.
We're going to focus on the big three, being Xbox Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, and Nintendo Switch Online. There are some specific advantages to each of these, like getting access to a handful of games each month without having to buy them, but overall they're just something that you
But you're still paying for the service to access them. So, like, you're still paying for them.
have to pay for to be able to play with other people online. Xbox started this off with Xbox Live in 2002, although I would argue it didn't really gain traction until the Xbox 360 came out in 2005.
You hate
This
the
was a
Switch with the
$50
passion, the
subscription service
thousands
for
of
one full
suns.
year. The 360's competition, the PS3, was completely free for online access, but later on, Sony wanted the additional money that Microsoft was so selfishly getting that they weren't. With the release of the PS4 in late 2013, online access suddenly had to be paid for by PlayStation players.
We didn't check it out yet. We're gonna look at it soon.
Nintendo still offered free online services around this time, but then introduced their own online subscription when the Nintendo Switch came out.
Right, they make you pay for the service, and the service is shit.
In 2018. This is still $20 for a standard one-year subscription. I had to mention that it is still this price because the other two companies got a little bit more greedy. Xbox now sells Game Pass subscriptions for various price ranges, from $10 to $20 a month, or you can buy its most basic form of online access for $60 a year from third-party retailers. But if you don't go to the store for this, or you just can't find one, then you'll be paying $75 per year for the subscription through digital purchase. PlayStation, on the other hand, now charges a whopping $80 for its basic one-year subscription.
Yep.
Some people may be saying this makes sense because of inflation.
No.
So let's dive deeper into these subscriptions.
Inflation makes no sense because they're not doing anything. You're not getting anything, and inflation doesn't work that way. Like, the inflation argument thing that people are using to defend terrible business practices, it makes no fucking sense. Cause no, this shit does not work that way.
Let's start with the cheapest option, the Nintendo Switch. For $20 a year, you get very, very choppy, almost unplayable online access.
Yep.
You also get a library of super old classic games, cloud storage for saved data, and a smartphone app. At least it's only $20, but for only more than double the price, you can get even more older games and an Animal Crossing game. I will just leave that to the side for now. Xbox is the next cheapest, and in my opinion, has the most bang for your buck, but I'm still very much against it. For the most basic subscription that you get online access, as well as access to a curated library of about 25 games. If you want to upgrade to Game Pass Ultimate, Microsoft will instead charge you $20 a month, with no clear answer on how you can get a one-year subscription. For those still thinking about it, that's an astounding $240 a year. Now this does give you access to hundreds of games, day one games, and other perks, but once you stop paying for it, you no longer have access to any of these games.
Yep, all of it is gone.
You are essentially saving money from no longer buying games every year, but you also no longer own any. These games also rotate out, so you still have to buy the games that you like if they are no longer offered. This pass also gives these perks to your PC and its games. Lastly, we have PlayStation. With their most basic subscription, you can get online access, monthly games to download, and cloud storage for saved data. If you're looking for the premium package for the low price of $160 a year, you can get access to a catalog covering all PlayStation games from PS1 to PS5, access to game trials for select titles, and access to PS5 cloud streaming. The games offered are only around for as long as you pay for the service, so once again, you do not own any of these games.
Yep,
At
you
least
don't own
Sony
any
and
of them.
Microsoft are offering a decent amount of content for these subscriptions, but these prices are still absurd. To recap
Very
the lowest and
absurd.
highest prices, Nintendo offers a base subscription of $20 per year and a premium offer of $50 per year for an individual. Xbox's basic Game Pass is $60 to $75 per year, or the Ultimate Pass for $240 a year. And finally, PlayStation offers a base subscription of $80 per year, or a premium offer of $160 per year.
Right, expenses now.
Now that we know about subscriptions, why exactly do we have to pay for them to play online? I believe that there's really no reason here.
There's no
other
reason,
than
yep.
greed. Everybody has to pay for the console initially, which ranges from around $300 to $500. Then, everyone needs at least one game to play, which is around $70 on average for one game, or $90 when the Switch 2 comes out. Then,
Yep.
with their poorly designed controllers across the board getting stick drift,
Yeah, they're awful controllers
you're
too.
probably buying another controller or two at around $70 each.
Oh no, if they're Switch Joy-Cons, they're even more expensive. Like you're hitting $100 range.
That's already around $500 to $700 per person, and that's if each person only buys one game, which is unreasonable to assume.
Yep.
Add in the subscription costs and a few more games, you're probably getting about $1,000 from each person per console.
Minimum.
Then multiply that by the hundreds of millions of consoles that have sold. I really don't understand why we're still paying to play online. Then there's all this bullshit too, which I
Yep.
believe is where they make most of their money.
Yep. All that
Then
stuff too.
there's the games that I have complained about before on this channel. As I've said before, we pay full price for games that appear to be half finished a lot of the time, yet we are still paying additional money in a way just to
Yep.
play them online. It would make
Oh,
me
don't forget when they have these seasons passes or whatever, where you're not even buying content. You're buying a promise. You're not even buying content. No, you're not even buying that. You're buying the promise for content. Right? Don't forget that, where they like to have these things where it's like, oh, you go pay for this thing, right? We'll release content eventually, and when we eventually release it down the line, if we ever do, you'll get the content then. Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product. Pretty much. Right? You're not even buying the product anymore. You're buying the promise.
feel a whole lot better if these games were half the price for being half finished. Or,
Yep.
and I'm just spitballing here, maybe not make me pay to play these broken games online. I know
Yep.
there are many games out there that are perfectly fine and fun to play, but even having to talk about unfinished games being released shouldn't be a thing in the first place. There are also certain games out there that are completely useless without online play, such as Destiny 2 or The Division 2. If you buy a game and then find out that it can't be played unless you buy a subscription, what is the point of even owning the game if you don't want that
Exactly.
subscription? It just becomes a paperweight, and a poor one at that. I genuinely don't see the point of having to pay for online access in any capacity, so maybe someone can help me out with that in the comments. This just further supports my decision to switch to PC, where you can play everything online for free for the most part.
And your time, yep.
Another thing to keep in mind here is the time that you have available to play video games. Whether you are in school or have a job, you have a pretty limited amount of time for games.
Exactly.
So sure, these subscriptions could offer you all the games in the world, but when will you have time to play them? Odds
Yep.
are, you're going to stick to a select few games that are your favorites to progress through and build up your account in them, and then maybe try out a new game here and there. I'm sure that when you feel nostalgic, you love the idea of being able to go back and play the old game that you're thinking about, but that is not your everyday experience. That's when you can pay for a cheap 1-month subscription if you really want to play something. But even
Yeah,
then,
the state
you are
of
going to have to
modern
pay
gaming
over and over again
summarized.
anytime this feeling
Full price
hits you.
games are
This is
usually
just
not
another
finished.
reason why owning
Live
games
service,
is so much better than
microtransaction
having
trash,
unlimited access
gotcha
to them.
games, and
Having an
paying
online
extra for
play,
online
be a
subscriptions.
prisoner
Remember
behind this
when?
glorified
Exactly,
service
you
of
got a
seemingly
game, no
unlimited
bullshit.
games is just a
Yep,
way these
I
companies
remember.
essentially force you into paying for it. I hope you enjoyed
I
this
remember.
video and share my opinion on this. Please comment down below on what you think the solution should be here, and I hope to see you on the next one.
But yeah, that's the reality, man. That's the fucked up world we live in. That's how things are now. Whether we like it or not, which we obviously don't like it, but that's where we're at. You know, that's where we're at. That is just where we're at now. Alright, let's get to the next video then. Here. The 5060 Ti stuff. With the, let's see this shit. News.
Ray tracing is on, and it is blinding the ever-living f*** out of me right now. NVIDIA today, it's not a green screen, NVIDIA today announced 3 new GPUs. So they say that the 5060 Ti is 50 times better than the 1060. Asterisk.
Asterisk. It's not 50 times better than the 1060. But also, the 1060 is like, what, a 9-year-old graphics card now? It's fucking 9 years old now.
When arbitrarily enabling or disabling settings based on how much it favors the new card. In size 7 font, in the bottom left of that image, in gray on black. The MSRP is set by NVIDIA at $300 for the RTX 5060 and $380 for the 5060 Ti 8GB, with the 5060 Ti 16GB at $430. Why are we filming here? To prove that if it leaks, it wasn't my fault.
Okay.
There's only one person who can overhear any of this. Anyway, the price unfortunately means nothing to us right now because between the tariffs changing day by day and the MSRPs already being basically fake, I don't know how to judge the value. And most of the job of review is judging the value, so we'll figure out what to do, I guess, when the review comes around. Now, launch is tomorrow at the time of this video going up, and then additionally, the 5060 will be launching later. So the 5060 Ti is April 16th, the 5060 is a TBD date. We guess that'd be May to align with the rumored 9060 class, and the GPU is coming out for that. The RTX 5060 is going to be 8GB of GDDR7. The 5060 Ti will come in 8 and 16GB variants, so that's the 3 GPUs they have. And otherwise, the 5070, confusingly for some people, has 12GB of memory. So the 5060 Ti has a variant that is a higher memory capacity than the 5070. This is based on the bus width choices and the memory controller choices that NVIDIA or AMD, when that happens to them, make. And unfortunately, this is just another way that the 5070 looks worse than really just about any other 70 class card that has previously existed. NVIDIA has done this the last few generations, including the 4060 Ti 16GB with the 4070 at 12GB of memory, the 3060 with 12GB of memory against the 3060 Ti's 8GB of memory. Some of those have variants though, and this happens again because of the memory bus. But that doesn't make a 5060 Ti with more VRAM than a 5070 any less strange for most consumers, especially considering the 5070 is powerful enough for it to actually matter in some cases. Whether or not it'll matter for the 5060 Ti remains to be seen, so we'll be able to talk about that in some of our testing coming up. But this one's going to be quick. Let's get into the specs and the details, and I guess the pricing for the 5060 series of cards coming up. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Montech Hyper.
Alright, let's just go skip to the thing.
Hello. Now, a big topic today is going to be price, but again, that's kind of hard to nail down. It's a bit nebulous. So we'll start with something easier, which is the objective side, and that's the specs.
Especially with the low ROP
count. The 5060 Ti's CUDA core count.
What about the ROPs? Is he not including the ROPs? Because Nvidia's been killing ROPs this generation. There's like no ROPs.
Count is 4608, landing it at about 19% of the maximum config, or 21% of the 5090's configuration. The 4060 Ti has 4352 CUDA.
48 ROPs. That's like half of what my 3070 has. So like, here's my guess. Oh, it's gonna be slower than the 3070, while also being like double the price of a used 3070. That's just gonna be my guess on where the 5060 Ti performs. Worse than a 3070, but costing more than double the price of a used 3070.
Cores, or 23.6% of the maximum 8102 config for its generation, and 26.6% of the 4090. The 3060 Ti 8GB model had 4864 CUDA cores, but CUDA cores aren't everything and can't even be directly compared as you go down the generations far enough. Cards can go up and down in count, but from performance improvements over time, IPC improvements, and everything else they're doing, like with frequency, the performance is not necessarily going to linearly scale with the CUDA core count. So even though it doesn't linearly scale, what happens is we get to see this sort of percentage of the configuration shrinking with time relative to the class of card it is. So that's where we see the 70 class just becoming like a 50 class, basically. So what does that make the 60s and the 60 Ti's? I guess we'll find out pretty soon in our benchmarking. Other important specs include the 5060 Ti's 14410
Same memory bandwidth too as the 3070.
14,001 megahertz memory clock and 448 gigabyte per second memory bandwidth. And that clock, because it's GDDR, depending on how you want to calculate effective versus actual, that's where you see the disparity. The 5060 non-Ti has 3840 CUDA cores and the same memory bandwidth as the 5060 Ti. Some early leaks have shown 8-pin power connectors on the cards rather than 12-volt high power. 12-volt high power would be under a lot less load on these, and so would have more safety overhead, but it's also completely unnecessary at this power level. TDP is 180 watts on the 5060 Ti class cards, and then 145 watts on the 5060 class cards, with room, as usual, for partners to modify that if they want to go up in vBIOS. So the memory situation breaks down like this. The bus width is 128 bits. That's on the 5060 Ti's, both of them, and the 5060. Because of that choice, that's where NVIDIA can do either 8 gigabytes or 16 gigabytes, and then the 5070 has different bus width, and that puts it at 12. They can't go to 16, it's not an option, just because of how it splits. And so that's where we get into what's confusing for some buyers, but ultimately what's going to matter here is if the 5060 Ti is even powerful enough to utilize that 16 gigabytes versus the 8. And that's something we're only really going to know from testing. So in some situations on the 5070, we saw it running out of VRAM, and what it'll do is you'll see these really bad stutters when that happens, or it can, depending on the game, decrease the quality of things like textures and meshes, and so you see
and keep in mind too, you do need extra VRAM if you want to do your fake frame generation too.
That start to appear in-game testing where just a frame rate benchmark won't necessarily capture it immediately. So we talked about that in the 5070 review. Now memory bandwidth is the other big consideration. We'll put some charts up on the screen from our 4060 Ti review where the 4060 Ti was sometimes worse than a 3060 Ti.
Yeah, the 4060 Ti was sometimes worse than the generation before it, which was hilarious.
We've seen that regression in some of the recent generations and some scenarios, depending on memory bandwidth. So we'll pay close attention to that in the reviews. As usual, NVIDIA provides some first-party benchmarks. We're not going to spend a ton of time on this because the reviews will probably, you could surmise, go out with the launch of the card, which is tomorrow. But just to kind of figure out what NVIDIA expects, let's get into those. First up, this image where NVIDIA claims a 50x performance increase for people on a 1060. That number is with the assumption that the 5060 Ti user is using DLSS, presumably with the latest version. We're not sure the full extent of the testing and what performance level of DLSS or FrameGen NVIDIA is using here, but none of it really matters. We'll look at the non-DLSS performance comparison.
Yeah, because like you're comparing something that can do something with something that cannot use something.
In our review,
which is ridiculous.
For a like baseline. Certainly the uplift over a 1060 will be a lot, but 50x is extremely ambitious. NVIDIA also claims that the 5060 will be around 45 times the 1060. And just to reiterate, that is not going to be reality. So adjust expectations accordingly. NVIDIA also says that the 5060 Ti will be 2 times the frame rate of the 4060 Ti and have lower latency.
Oh yeah, with frame generation. Sure, double the frame rate because frame generation. All about the fake frames. Not real frames, the fake ones.
Though in this example, that's extreme technicality with a 1 millisecond difference. This is what...
Yep, frame generation right here. They're talking about frame generation right there.
DLSS quality.
They use the AMD CPU, but then like frame gen.
Quality mode and frame generation at the maximum level of the GPU, which is just 2x on the 4060 Ti and 4x on the 5060 Ti. Once again, NVIDIA is drawing comparisons that'll set unrealistic expectations for anyone who glances at this marketing slide and doesn't notice the font size 7 text at the bottom. And again, our belief is that it is minimally, extremely misleading for NVIDIA to present this type of chart where the numbers that look the best for them but have the most caveats are gigantic and in the middle of the image, and the thing that actually tells you what's happening is very tiny.
Oh, here's the best part here as well. Look how high the latency still is. Like, you know how bad the latency this is? This is like the latency of me trying to connect my ToF to the cloud server I use to log into my ToF account for my alt when I'm multi-boxing. That's located in another country. That's like the extra latency I have here. Right? The 48 milliseconds. Keep in mind, right, if you had 87 frames per second real frames, your latency would be 1,000. Divide that by 87, which would be 11.45 milliseconds. So let's not 45, 49. This should be like 12 milliseconds, not 48. So like we can figure out exactly like what the real frame rate of the game is running at by looking at the latency here. Right? Like you can kind of figure it out from there. So like instead what we do is we go to 1,000. We divide this instead by their latency, which is 48. Real frame rate is 20 FPS. They're playing at 21 FPS basically. 20.83, yeah, let's say 21 FPS. Right? That's the real frame rate with the frame gen here. It's like 21 FPS. Like that's your input latency, 21 FPS. Not 87. It'll look smooth, but it's like not actually. What the fuck is this 128 millisecond latency on the 3060 Ti? This one here looks like a fucking typo, man. This makes no sense. Because if you have a 34 FPS, your latency cannot be 128. What the fuck is this? Right, like 1,000. Divide that by 34. That's, yeah, it should be 30, around 30 milliseconds. Like, this makes no sense. The fuck is this slide?
For anyone who glances at this marketing slide and doesn't notice the font size 7 text at the bottom. And again, our belief is that it is minimally, extremely misleading for NVIDIA to present this type of chart where the numbers that look the best for them but have the most caveats are gigantic and in the middle of the image, and the thing that actually tells you what's happening is very tiny and in the bottom if it's there at all. So in the very least, NVIDIA, what you could do is maybe just a big MFG 4X and then a big whatever the other one is right next to them. That would really solve a lot of problems, except for the one of trying to sell your product. It would not solve that problem.
Yep.
It would amplify that problem. But I wouldn't be complaining anymore. This chart is more interesting. Delta Force is seemingly like for like without any frame generation, so that gives us a better idea as to what's going on. NVIDIA's 5060 Ti is shown as somewhere around 130 to 135 FPS average, with the 4060 Ti around 110 FPS average. That'd be an uplift of about 20%. And remember that the 4060 Ti was sometimes worse than the 3060 Ti due to memory bandwidth changes. So NVIDIA will have to contend with that as well. We do want to give them credit for showing this chart this way though, because the latency and the FPS split is actually a pretty cool way to present this. Maybe we'll think about that. As for the 5060, the chart scale has changed from a tick every 20 FPS to a tick every 50 FPS. Making it way harder to eyeball the position.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder to look.
Positioning. Delta Force looks like it's somewhere around 160 FPS for the 5060 here, with the settings that they used, with the 4060 at around 140 FPS. That'd be around a 14 to 15% improvement. NVIDIA also announced its 5060 laptops today. It says that these start at $1,100 and will launch in May. Pricing has the same caveats as before, but also the starting at hinges on what other components are in the laptops. Let's get to the more fluid topic, and that's pricing. So the GPUs are supposed to be $300 for the 50,
Hi, Tara.
60.
Welcome.
This, by the way, I already did the voiceover. If I have a card and if I were reviewing it, I may have already done the voiceover for the charts, and the same thing was happening. The 5060 is supposed to be $300, $380 for the TI, 8 GB, and then $430 for the 16. So our first question to NVIDIA was whether or not this accounted for tariffs in some way, and NVIDIA did have an answer to that.
All right, their answer.
I'll read that in a second. But also, tariffs have been changing literally day to day. That's actually why we're here. We're talking to a bunch of hardware manufacturers about that, and we'll have that story for you soon. It's really interesting. But there were some exemptions given in the last week. That's crucial. Not all PC components have those. A lot of people think it's everything. It is not. There are things that have no exemptions whatsoever. But our current understanding is that video cards do, especially NVIDIA's. Jensen Huang just had $1 million dinner with the president, and then
especially NVIDIA's.
The exemptions were announced. Additionally for this, NVIDIA did provide a limited statement. It said, quote, "These prices are not inclusive of any regional..."
Yeah, here's the best part, man. That's gonna be, wait, 630 Canadian? That's triple the price I paid for my 3070 used. And it's probably gonna be slower. That said, it has 16 gigs of RAM. My 3070 only has 8. But it's probably gonna be slower, especially with the lower ROP count and everything. Right, memory bandwidth is the same, but like ROPs are less. Its compute performance outside of that is about the same when you like do the math to calc it out, but it has less ROPs. Right, we've seen what less ROPs has done. But yeah, like it's fucked, man.
Taxes and don't include any VAT or tariffs, end quote. NVIDIA also informed us that it's been doing it this way for a while, so there's theoretically no change in how they're pricing the products for the MSRP on paper. That doesn't change things for how consumers will experience it, so the fake MSRP thing that we've been talking about, I mean, that's partly partners, partly the manufacturers, the supplier of the silicon, and then of course there's also just the sort of larger macroeconomic conditions that are harder to quantify for us, for a channel like us. So we expect it's going to be a, I believe the technical economic term for it is, what was it? I learned it the other day talking to an economist. Cluster. I think it's going to be a cluster. Okay. Before all this, we had learned that the cost of RTX 5090s was actually way above MSRP recently. We just recently learned that one of the larger sources of 5090 buying was buying them for between $2,400 and $3,000 straight from the add-in board partners and in bulk. They were not available below MSRP. That means for the actual end user customer buying them from that company, they will not be available for MSRP. We're not sure what that'll mean for the 5060 series or how that'll change with the recent news for the exemptions. But as for what it means for us, the challenge is going to be talking about value in the review.
Yeah, the 5060
I'm not 100% sure right now what we're going to do for that. I think we're probably...
That 5060 should be the 5050. And you will lose that 5050.
We're going to break out the price in a couple
it's
different
the
groups.
50-50 you lost.
If it's price X, then we think this. If it's price Y, we think this. And at the range A to B, it's worth it. At the range B plus, it is not worth it or something. I don't know. We'll try and figure it out. We've never run into it being quite this bad before. So 2020, it was difficult to evaluate the value because of the sort of supply and demand situation with the COVID boom, and then with the pricing, scalping, and all that. But this is worse. So we'll do our best to look at the performance. But honestly, I don't think you should really be buying any new video card right now unless you really need one. Like you actually are just at that point where you're ready to upgrade and you're okay with it being a little more expensive, then cool, go do it. But for anyone who is kind of that, maybe I do, maybe I don't camp, or you're more focused on trying to get a good value out of it, we just think you should wait.
Wait.
Well, honestly, I don't even think it's a wait thing. I don't think it's going to get better anytime soon. So I don't know that it's a wait thing. I think the used market's looking really compelling right now.
Yeah, the used market looks great.
But we'll talk about that in the review. So I guess my guidance right now is if you don't normally and you're open to it, look at the used market and maybe think about it. And then otherwise, we'll have a normal review for you. We'll do our best to account for the prices. But we don't really have a ton of control here other than over how we might choose to make the value charts if we make them at all. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. As always, subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersaccess.net to grab a t-shirt like...
Alright, let's go to the next thing then. But yeah, used market looks great. Alright, there's this one. Hoya versus new gotcha standard. And then after this, we'll look at Azure Promillia's trailer.
You know, I really can't remember the last time I said...
Right. Oh, yeah, this is a new one, too. Alright, let's give it a look. Right, let's give it a look. Hoya versus new gotcha standard rant.
You know, I really can't remember the last time I sat down in the recording chair, so you're gonna have to be a little patient with me if I ramble today. It's been a minute. That all being said, hi there. It should be obvious from looking at my YouTube account. I really like gacha games. I enjoy playing them a lot of the time, but I'd be lying if I said that they've been on a completely upward angle for a good minute now, at least a year. Feels like a majority of games that come out nowadays, with the exception of a couple, are just slop. Thrown down in the pig trough for the hogs to consume at their leisure.
I haven't found the most slap, to be honest. The vast majority of them, but sure. If you want to look at them that way, then go ahead.
Azure. And that doesn't mean slop is bad. Trust me, I would know. I love
No, I look at it as slap as bad, to be honest.
slop. You gotta be able to roll around in the pig trough for a little bit in order to appreciate the real gems of games that come out sometimes, like, for example, some of my favorite games. Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Divinity Original Sin 2.
So you gotta look at the crap to then appreciate the not shit more. Okay.
Metaphor, Persona 3, those are some fire games that I probably wouldn't have enjoyed anywhere near as much as I did if I didn't come right off the tracks of some actual slop. That being said, not all the time when gacha games come out are they slop. Sometimes they are.
Man.
For example, WoWA on release, it was rough, and that's
It's
coming
still-
from somebody that's
It's still shit, man. Nah.
played it since release. It's a little better now. You know,
Little better now. It's still, yeah.
okay, a lot better now. But back
No, it's still slop. It's still shit.
in the day, it was slop. But sometimes we get games that come out that are just good on release. But it's very rare in the gacha community.
Okay.
And they were actually the inspiration for today's video. But before we talk about that, this is an ad, but I'm not going to try and sell you on a product, so don't skip. As you can probably tell by my unfortunate dialect, I have been busy lately. I've been outside talking to folks, just doing different things, and it started to rub off on me. That being said, because I'm not at my computer chair wasting away anymore, I don't really have time to edit videos these days, and I don't really want to begin with. It's too much of a time-consuming, tedious process for me. So, if you know how to edit, and you'd like to be compensated for your time, join my Discord, link down below. Send me your portfolio, any past work, and what your commission will be, and I will look into hiring a couple editors to keep this train rolling, because I'm gonna be honest, I can't really be doing it alone anymore. I've got too much going on in my life these days. As for the rest of you, Discord link down below if you're interested in joining and yelling at me. I'm decently
Dude, is
active
procrastinating?
in there, not
Nah.
as much these.
I agree, man. That's kind of my problem too. I hate editing videos. It takes so long, man, to actually like do proper shit. It's why like a lot of stuff I wanted to do, it's just been like I keep putting it aside because the daunting task of like putting it all together and like actually editing it is pain, and I don't want to do it. But like I have like a folder somewhere on my computer where it's just like a bunch of scripts for stuff that I've been wanting to make into a video at some point, but like again, because I don't want to fucking do with the editing work, it just hasn't happened.
these days, but it's there. That all being said, back to the video. Those games being Star Rail and Genshin. You know, the two Mario games I have the most hours in. Now, despite what a lot of my detractors may say, Tectone, looking at you, bro. It's been 2 years, so move the fuck on. I don't actually hate Genshin. I do hate Star Rail, though, but that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. My point is, I gave both the games a very fair shot. I have at least 600 hours in Star Rail, and I played Genshin for so many hours, I'm not even willing to openly admit how many. And when you play games for that long, you start to really care about the way they're balanced and the management of the company behind them. Now, the problem comes when you start to care more than the actual company does. And God knows, I know that pain very well. I've been making Genshin content for 4 years almost. Started making Genshin content when Inazuma first came out. And you probably might struggle to find a lot of those older videos because they are on my old channel, which is dead, buried, and gone because that is from me when I was 17 years old, and you don't deserve to see any of that. And throughout those 4 years, I have levied many criticisms about the game in hopes that maybe in the future it would improve a little bit.
It's not gonna happen.
And I would say 99% of the time it did not. And these are a lot of very basic things that people have been asking for since hell the game fucking came out. You know, for example, toggleable constellations. That's one that a lot of players want. Artifact presets. I don't know what the hell you'd use it on, but shit, that shouldn't be that hard to do. Hell, those aren't very difficult features to add, and yet it's been damn near what? 5 years now? And we don't have them? Come on now. You gotta do better than that. And then there's Star Rail, which is a game that I personally can't stand. And I genuinely believe that the longer that game exists, the worse it gets. Because so many characters in that game are just going to be completely irrelevant. And players unanimously do not like a lot of the very new changes that are being added. For example, global passes, power creep, new enemy mechanics that are just made to counter older stronger characters that push them out of relevance. People don't like that. And you know, throughout the majority of the time I played Star Rail, I heard a lot from the folks that played it that, oh, it'll get better. It'll get better. It'll get better. It'll get better. And you know what? It didn't really get that much better, did it? You know, there were a couple moments where we got things that were nice, like artifact crafting, or I guess relic crafting. We also got, I guess the 50-50 pool got increased recently. That was pretty cool, but outside of that, I can't really think of anything incredible that was added, at least after I started playing. Now it's time for some honesty, alright? My finger has been off the pulse of both Genshin and Star Rail and pretty much the gacha community in general for a very long time. I'd say it's been about 2 years now. It's been so long that I can't really reflect upon my past memories to make videos nowadays because I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of it is petty bullshit drama and I don't give a fuck about it. That being said, the downside is I don't really see the public effect of anything anymore. For example, I know that Star Rail had a player drop recently. It happened in 3.0. I don't really know if it ever recovered from that point. I only know about the player drop because a significant portion of the folks that I do surround myself with on a daily basis quit playing the game and they were telling me about it. Apparently there's been this whole writer tirade thing going on, or voice actor tirade. I don't really know much about it, so I'm going to tread carefully here because I don't want to step on
the voice actor thing, the Pepega voice actor thing,
I am completely in the dark. You know, when content creators tell you, oh hey, you know, y'all gotta remember, you're in the minority, because a significant amount of people who play this game don't look at content for the game. I am that person now. And I want to tell you, just straight up, I still notice things are going wrong with the game. However, now, instead of seeing things like, oh, drama...
I basically only look at this shit on stream, man. Like, I am also that person, because I don't find the shit interesting at all.
Drama, leaks, X character did Y thing. I don't see none of that anymore. I just see, man, this new mechanic fucking sucks. Here's a good example. I like Genshin, right? You know, I like Genshin, and I liked MiHoYo, but in recent years, MiHoYo has taken significant steps to ruin a lot of their games. I'm real big on theory crafting. I love min-maxing damage. That's the reason why I'm not fun to play with when I play video games, because I like to reach peak performance. I like optimizing my characters to do the most damage, and that's only fun if the person I'm playing with also likes doing the same.
Yeah. It's just that for me personally, I do like that idea too. But like, when it becomes extremely unrealistic and have way better odds at winning a fucking lottery, you know, that min-maxing stuff and a lot of that mindset and aspect there, it goes out the window. It starts to go out the window when I realize it doesn't matter. I'm never going to get it anyways, so why even bother? Right? Like, especially when, like, the ranges are, like, as massive as they are. Like, it's just further and further away. It's like, yeah, I don't even care anymore. Like, you guys see it already with, like, how I basically, unless it, like I basically almost never, like, roll any new gear. I just, like, trash most of it. Unless it's like, oh, this thing has some potential, and I hoard it for, like, an event where they boost the freaking stat range, ranges or whatever. And then I still get disappointed because I get fuck all from it. Right? Like, that's, like, the only time I actually upgrade gear, or at least try to. Because it's just like, the freaking RNG stuff is awful. I hate it.
Same thing. So I'm really in tune with what is currently the best, and I can usually tell just off a first test drive, assuming I get the combo right, if this character is good or bad. And recently in Genshin, every time I test a character, it's like, okay, good, good, good. For example, I got Marissa recently. I love her. She's fun as hell. Apparently there was some drama around her. I don't know nothing about that. But she's cool. I like her. But I was bringing her out on a test drive, and I'm sitting here looking at her numbers, and I'm only able to think, damn, she is just a better Chevreuse in every way.
I don't know who that is,
she
but
just completely outclasses Chevreuse. She's easier to play, she's more fun, flashy, and she just does more damage. And I started thinking about it, and I went through the roster, and it looks like pretty much every character that's come out since, well, really since Nalan started, honestly. Hell, you can even go back to Fontaine. Directly power creeps another character. Now, I've been a very big advocate for Genshin not really having a power creep problem, because at the end of the day, you know, there's power creep, yes. However, there's not really anywhere you can take these characters to fully use them. Like, levels 70
Yeah, the Power Wash
fully
Simulator,
leveled, they're
okay.
easily able to clear even the hardest content, and 4-star is still hard carry to this day.
Thanks for the follow
That
as
being
well.
said, it's not really going to be the case for that much longer. Because we're seeing a significant problem now where the new characters are raising the ceiling so much that it is damn near impossible for other characters that aren't new, aren't modern,
like,
aren't
I don't
having
pay
these
attention
new
either.
fresh scalings and crazy kits to keep up with them. And this ain't just a thing in Genshin anymore. You know, Star Rail has this problem too. It's pretty bad. I don't even need to go into that. Please see my last 3 fucking.
The gun girl? I don't know who that is, but okay. Like, again, like, I don't pay attention to the shit that goes on in Genshin or whatever. Because I haven't played that game properly in years. And the reality is, I'm never going to. Because they're not fixing my issues with it. It's the eye patch musket girl from Fontaine. I don't even remember that. I don't know who that is. Like, I don't know. But yeah, the last Genshin character you know was Yaimiko before you quit. Like, the thing is, man, unless they actually try to, like, put an actual game in there, give me back the fucking Zelda clone I wanted, like, I'm never gonna bother with it ever again. Outside of, like, okay, well, go react to whatever you guys send me. Or unless I get paid to play it. Because, otherwise, I ain't touching it. Like, I'm just not. Right, like, I'm just not. Nah. Yeah, wait, why is he comparing the musket girl over the gun girl in Atlan? I don't know, man. I don't know, he's talking about power creep as if, like, that's anything surprising and new. They've always had power creep. Since the very beginning, I know all too well. It's just that the way they balanced a lot of their older units was a lot more scuffed with where they put the power creep. So, like, it wasn't as obvious unless you're looking and comparing what whales we're using between different whales because of that. But yeah. I mean, like, at the end of the day, what are you doing, man? You're just fighting the same trash mobs and bosses again in a stupid circle with a timer, right? For, like, really shit rewards, and that's, like, all you're doing. And if you have to pull something, right, if you're pulling a character in these games just to go after that shit reward, you're fucking doing something wrong, because, reality is you're never gonna get your resources back, right? Because, like, you have to consider the cost of doing that. Right? Even if you're talking about free-to-play resources or whatever, you're just fucking stupid if that's what you're doing in these games. Right? It's like, you pull it because you like it, otherwise, what's the point? At this point. Because, yeah, like, you're just not gonna get the resources back anyways. You know, you go pull a character for Abyss, or let's just say, you got 8 character slots, so they take 1/8 of that. Right, you get, like, what, 700 currency or something per reset now? Right, per month, I think it was? Okay. And then, it's like, what, let's say it takes you, like, 160 pulls to guarantee 1 copy. Right? You know, that's, like, what, 25,000, Primo Gems or something? Right? Multiply that by 8, right? So, like, we're talking, like, 200,000 Primo Gems is the effective cost when you divide that by the 700 you get for clearing it, and that's the amount of time it'll take for you to break even if you were to use that character every fucking reset to get it back because you pulled a character copy, if that was why you were doing it. Right? Like, it just makes no sense. It's really fucking dumb. But, you know, it is what it is. And, like, the thing is, what I'm saying here doesn't just apply to Genshin. This applies to all gachas. Right? Like, pulling for the meta is fucking stupid. Because you're never gonna get your resources back if that's why you were doing it.
videos. The power creep in Star Rail is insane. And then you look at ZZZ, which be fully honest, you know, throwing my hands up in the air, I don't play ZZZ.
Yeah,
Where
I don't
most of my
either.
friends do, and I can still go back and look at tier lists from old areas, and I can see that, yeah, there's very obviously some power creep going on here. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like this game has pretty bad power creep too. You know, I'm looking at these graphs, and these are clearly newer characters. Ellen and Jane are nowhere near the top anymore. It's like, damn, okay, they have power creep too. You know, we see this in Honkai Impact since its fucking conception. Like, these games are having absolutely insane levels of power creep because, unfortunately, Hoyoverse realized with Star Rail that they can get away with it, and there's nothing we can really do
There's a
about it.
dude who spent
And
7K
Mahoyo
for
is
Diluc,
putting this pressure on all of their games, on top of just losing the plot somewhere along the lines. This is a very common complaint.
Like, they lost the whole plot. Like, why you even play them in the first place?
Genshin. But most people don't like Natlin. You know, myself included. Natlin feels like a bad dream. I'm gonna wake up from sometime. I might make a whole video on just that. But people don't like Natlin. Natlin feels like it was entirely made to sell new stuff. Like, new mechanics. They will add problems to then sell a solution, or sell a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. For example, since we have started playing Genshin, one of the biggest complaints is movement. It is slower than Glacier's fucking. It is awful. So
here's the thing though, man. I don't really think slow movement is a problem if you design your stuff accordingly. The problem is fucking Genshin open world map is awful. Right? Like, it's basically just an empty barren wasteland with a couple random puzzles and chests that you do one time each, thrown in here and there, and then you're forced to pick mint. Right? So you basically just want to, like, skip through it faster. That's basically where everyone's at. Because it sucks, because there's, like, no interesting level design or anything around it. Right? Because it's like, imagine you take, like, a Sonic game and a Mario game. Right? The Sonic game, you're gonna be like zipping through it, zooming through it at like Mach speed, right? You're going incredibly fast. But like the stages and stuff in the Sonic game are like perfectly built and designed around that to accommodate the speed, right? But then you look at the Mario game and you're moving pretty slow, but like it's still fine. No one has a problem with that. Like, it's really just the map design itself is just awful. Yeah, look at Envy, like, yeah, you can look at that or whatever. But like, that's the thing. Like, for me, with a lot of these, it's part of why I don't like a lot of the open world gotchas. I do value actual world and level design outside of just looking pretty. Looking pretty doesn't really score points with me. But actually designing something interesting and like building and putting the stuff towards what you're actually given has a big value to me, especially because I grew up playing a lot of these platformer games, right? Like, in my childhood, I would play, like, some of the games I played a lot as a kid were, like, the Mario games, the Sonic games, of course, right? I played a lot of Mario 64 back then, Super Mario, like, the Super Mario Brothers 1, Super Mario World, Super Mario Brothers 3, on the DS, the new Super Mario Bros. I played a bit of Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxy. I had that stuff, right? The Sonic games as well. The classic 3 Sonic games there: Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. I played Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Like, I played that. I played Colors as well as a kid on the Wii. The Wii version of Sonic Unleashed, I played that one, right? Like, I had stuff like that. Sonic Generations again, right? Like, in my childhood, those were stuff there. The Ratchet and Clank games on the PlayStation, right? Those ones I also played a lot. Stuff like that. The Mega Man games as well. I played through all of those. No, it is not. Nothing to do with that. I was just mixing red and blue in there because I like the color. And then it just happened to look like this. I'm gonna be honest. How my model ended up the way it is was purely coincidence. The gold ring eyes, the eyes being like that was also an accident. But I'm like, wait, it looks nice this way, I'm keeping it. Nah, I didn't say Mortal Kombat, no. I didn't play Mortal Kombat as a kid. I did play Street Fighter. But yeah. It's like the fighting game there. But yeah. I need to play Castlevania maybe one day, I don't know. Oh yeah, the Kirby games as well. Right, because we had those as well. Kirby Superstar, Kirby's Dream Land 1, 2, and 3. I played those as a kid. There was the Kirby, what was it? Kirby Amazing Mirror as well. Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland. That one as well, which is just a remake of Kirby's Adventure. There was what? Kirby 64 I also played as a kid. Like a lot of those. Like I played a lot of platformer stuff as a kid, right? And like having the stuff like built around the stuff that you're given, and like having everything like feel and change around it. And in some cases, like again, like as well the classic Zeldas as well, right? And like a lot of like the older Zelda games, like the map design, you would see a lot of areas that you can't reach quite yet. But like you go clear a dungeon later on in the game, you go back to where that thing, if you remember where it was earlier, that you couldn't access before, maybe you can find a way there, and you find like a cool little secret or something. And that was also pretty neat there as well, like having everything like built around everything in there and making use of the tools you're given. Like it changes things. But then like you go see the open worlds in these gotchas, man. And it's just, well, we put a big map on in front of you. Here's a bunch of mints to go pick. Here's a bunch of random one-time loot chests that give you like, I don't know, anywhere between like 1 out of 32 of a gotcha pull to like 1/8 of a quarter of a gotcha pull. And they're like, go have fun. Get your like your Pepega drip-fed resources in our barren, flat wasteland, effectively. Right, to go tick the checkbox, right, while we make everything else in the game a lot slower and more tedious, because it's going to take way longer to do anything, because now you have to navigate through the open world and go through significantly more loading screens. And the loading screens will take significantly longer, because it has to load an entire chunk of the open world before it can let you in. When all you want to do is just talk to a fucking NPC for like 5 seconds, and then warp to another spot or whatever, or kill like 3 trash mobs over and over again. Right? Like it just ends up making things take way longer and be a lot more annoying than they are. Like the chore aspect to these. But yeah. It is what it is though. It is what it is.
Instead of just, I don't know, giving players a gadget, you know, that forgotten system that you only use when you're exploring, instead of giving people a gadget that increases their movement speed a little bit, they decide...
Or just give people faster movement speed from baseline. Like, fun fact, World of Warcraft, up until Cataclysm, you actually walked at half the speed. Right? Hi, Hamad. But like, yeah, so Vanilla WoW, Burning Crusade, and Wrath of the Lich King, you actually walk and run at half the speed of World of Warcraft from Cataclysm onwards. Your base movement is twice as fast from Cataclysm onwards. The maps and everything is still the same. Blizzard was like, at this point, when they're like remaking this stuff with Cataclysm, they're like, we're gonna double players' movement speed. And then they did that. The base movement speed is doubled from Cataclysm onwards. That's a fun little fact, if you didn't know that. But yeah. Get a heads up for Azure Promillia. We're gonna look at that soon, yeah. They could have easily made mounts. Oh, they could have done so many things, man. So many things they could have done. Right? But the thing is, here's the thing. Here's the thing, just making the movement faster doesn't fix the problem, my main problem. Yes, it's annoying and slow to go through it, but that wasn't the biggest problem. The real problem is, why the fuck are you even, why the fuck am I even bothering? Or why the fuck are you even bothering? Right? That we go through all this for what? right? Like, that's the other thing that is forgotten. Yes, the thing that you're doing sucks, but they're also forgetting why they're doing it. And that's also, I think, an important thing to look at. And it's like also why, like, I'm just a lot more skeptical on, like, a lot of the upcoming open world gotchas as well. Because, trying to see how they solve that problem, or rather, ignore that problem in most cases, is its own, thing in and of itself. But yeah.
They're gonna lock mount type systems behind a specific character that only works in
Yeah, using those mounts are fun because they could interact. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. It could be interesting, yes. But then why are we doing it? Like why? Right? Because, like, the other thing too, right? Like, I can't really stand to, like, do much and, like, move around a lot of these open world gotchas. Right? For, like, more than 5 minutes in some cases now. Like, I'm at that point, unless they actually do something with the world and the map and, like, actually give it purpose. Which they unfortunately do not, for the most part. But, like, again, I can, like, find myself going back and replaying some of those older games that I mentioned before. And, like, doing, like, replaying, like, a simple, like, 3 to 5 minute stage. And I could just keep playing that for hours and hours on end. Like, off stream or whatever, I'll, like, grab my Steam Deck and I'll be doing it on that one, or when I'm not home with my Steam Deck, I'll be doing that too. But, like, with these gotchas, man, it's just, like, the longer I'm in some of the, like, I'm playing some of them, the more and more drained I become, like, I feel. Introduce Gundam, like, in ToF. Yeah, I know, Gundam is not, adding a Gundam to the things in there isn't gonna solve the problem either. Like, they're not actually fixing the real problem. Would it be cool to have the Gundam in there? Sure. Why not? Right, like, they have the ruin guards and shit in Genshin already. They could have it themed after that. And, like, make it look like one of those and stylize it like those. It could work. It's just that, why? Why even? Why bother? That's, like, the other thing to think about.
in a specific region. Why? Well, they did it obviously to sell. Now, some of these characters are actually really good. And, you know, some of my commenters have pointed out that I'm wrong and stupid. I thought Mavwika's bike was ass, but apparently you can spam triple jump Mavwika and she can fly everywhere. But that's kind of still a problem, because this is something that is entirely made to sell. And we see this in other games too, you know, going back to Star Rail. Star Rail has the global passive on Castris. Now, while Castris having a global passive that lets you revive isn't inherently a very bad thing, and personally I don't think it's that big of a deal. The problem is, in the future, when they start releasing global passives, you will have more overpowered things as this passive is getting power crap. Because who knows? You know, maybe when 2 new global passives come out, you have to pick one or the other. Okay, so now you gotta pull for the passive too, and you know damn well, one of these passives one day is eventually gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna increase crit damage by 50. So anybody who doesn't have it, congratulations. You can go fuck yourself, because that's pretty much what they did to you. And this is something that they're probably gonna add to Genshin. Actually, fun fact, Genshin does have a global passive. If you have Scaramouche and Raiden Shogun, you can craft for cheaper. Whoop-de-fucking-do. It's not that big of a deal, but it is there. So they've already dipped their toes in the pond a little bit. We're even seeing characters with new powerful talents coming out in Genshin that we didn't have before. For example, Veressa has an exploration talent that is completely unique to her. As long as she's on the team and you eat food, your movement speed increases an insane amount. I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you one thing, it's faster than 50%. Because Kenichi C1, after you use your skill, it's a 50% movement speed and she is faster than that. And if more characters start getting these passives, it's going to start becoming a problem, and they might implement it in Genshin. And then, going back to Star Rail, Star Rail has another thing that I don't really care for. They have crafting systems for your relics. Now, I could sit here all day and talk about how terrible the relic system is in Star Rail. It is what it is, we all know that. The fact of the matter is, the RNG in that game is significantly worse than it is in all their other games. This is not a secret. So instead of just making it to where, you know, the crafting system is a little bit more generous, that would have been the appropriate thing to do. They instead have it set to where if you don't get what you want, you have to spend money. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you want good relics and you used all your free stuff, we've got this fancy new little pack you can buy for $12 and instantly max out your relics if you want to. Now there is a limit, but the limit isn't that strict. If you want to get them all, it's going to be about $500.
Damn.
Why? You know, why? There was no reason to do that. And MiHoYo, they're getting away with it. You know, they make more money now than they did before. It's fucking obvious. They're going to keep doing it, and they're going to keep getting away with it because people keep buying it. And I don't like that. Because I can feel these games that I enjoyed at some point or another. Again, I know people be quick to contradict me. You don't like Star Rail. Yeah, I don't like Star Rail. However, I enjoyed these games at some point or another. And if one of them has something bad happen to him, MiHoYo's going to see that and see the money and be like, ooh, go ahead and put that in the other games. And that fucks with me.
Yep.
And there's not really anything I can do about it. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to quote...
Yeah, but we're talking about gacha games here. That's what we're talking about, gacha games here, man. They ain't good.
I'm going to quote Gotcha Smack here. If MiHoYo decides to stand on business...
Right? Like, again, like, imagine if they took out all the garbage in these gacha games. What's left? Like, how much is actually left if they went in and removed all of the awful shit in the game? Right? Like, imagine they removed everything. Right? What is left? Like, that's the thing, man. Stop and think. But yeah, predatory genre of game. Getting predatory stuff. Big surprise.
And do some bullshit that you don't appreciate. A significant amount of the community is just gonna say, fuck it, and buy anyway, because I don't give a damn. Hell, you could fucking go spend money on Castris right now and set a bad precedent. Hell, most people probably did spend money on Castris. And MiHoYo is getting away with it, they're setting the precedent, and now other gacha games are gonna do it too. And really, I'm just kind of burnt on it. I've gotten to the point where I don't really care anymore. A very disjointed video, but it was something I was thinking about. That's about it. See ya.
Alright. Cool. There's that one. Alright. Let me get prepped up and we can look at Azure Promillia. Where's the Azure Promillia one? We'll look at that next. Yeah, at this point, just buy a JRPG single player game, beat it, move on to the next one, go buy another one. Exactly. Right? Like, the problem is, though, like, a lot of... you missed a video earlier that we were watching with the problem with that one, too, from Scouter V. And talking about, like, how a lot of the newer JRPGs are also... They're getting ruined, too, in various different ways. But, like, yeah. It is what it is. Why are energy drinks in the food section when it's... Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I've never had an energy drink before. So I don't know shit about that, but like, yeah. Azure Promillia? No, Promillia. Not Promella. Right, so we got the Azure Promillia trailer. This is like, what, the first one they've posted after, like, the announcement, like, a year ago, I think? When was this announced originally? How far back? Yeah, a year ago. Right, like they had their first announcement with a demonstration. This was back in... Yeah, so about a year and a month. Okay. Right, set sail toward the blue beyond. Do we have subtitles? Alright, we can just have it auto-translate to English. Alright. Cool. Right, they grabbed it from Billy. Sure. The motion of hope where birth stars and dreams intersect. In the miraculous starfield Promillia, something is calling me. No matter what path I choose, life is always here. Okay, I'm not gonna talk. Alright, so more of the combat here. Alright, it just looks like your typical left click spam and you probably have like 2 skills or something, but yeah. You're still waiting about news about Monster Hunter Outlanders. They are radio silent since December 5th. Okay. Right, they got mounts. Yep. Right, like your typical gotcha action combat trap here. I guess this is like the thing they're capturing the creature or something. And then Starling, I guess, means they got caught or something. Yeah, two button gameplay. That's like the norm, man. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the subtitles. We don't need them. Right, so they got farming here of some sort. Big Aura Kingdom vibes? I don't know. I've never heard of that soda before, no. Right, so like, they got a furnace going on, birds heating up the furnace. They got some planting going on, logging over here. Alright, we'll see. We have to see what that is about, I guess. Right, but yeah. Oh, there's that. Right. No, so... You know, they showed a little bit more, I guess, a little bit of gameplay, but more trailer stuff. I still don't really know what the hell you can end up doing in there. Right. I'm a lot more skeptical of these types of things these days. We'll have to see what it actually is, but like, at this point, I don't think I can really think much more until like I can get my hands on it and figure out what they're actually trying to do. But yeah. But chicken lettuce though, yeah, I know, chicken lettuce, cool. I'm still like very skeptical. They should make that IRL. The fuck, why? I mean, I'll try it. I'll give it a try. But like, whether or not I'd actually play it long term is a different situation there. I'll at least give it a try. But again, like, I'm still a very skeptical. Right? I am a very skeptical. I am very skeptical. I have to actually see what the hell goes on in there. And what they're trying to do in there. Because if it ends up just being like kind of annoying or whatever, and just another one of everything else, just with the creature capture thing, you know. Alright, what's next here? What's this? Gen Z tries Super Mario Bros. For the first time? Okay, what the fuck? What is this?
Alright, you guys asked for it, we're back. And I'll tell you what, we got a good one for you guys. Look, we've done Castlevania before.
Terrible time. Wait, do you have your therapy bucket?
I do have the therapy bucket.
We forgot about the therapy bucket. bucket.
Well, the therapy bucket was.
Oh, it's dirty now, isn't it?
No, it's been well used, but remember the
Well
therapy
used,
bucket
okay.
was when people would give
Oh, that's
like,
right. I
super
thought you
chats
just
and
wanted
stuff.
to hug it for like therapy.
No, but this being a plus thing, now you guys can watch it as a part of Plus, which is great. With that said,
Okay.
we're going to start
What's
with
this?
Super Mario Brothers. I can't think of a better way to start.
All
Now,
right, then.
before we go, Blabs, do you have any experience in Super Mario Brothers?
Yes, but not these ones. I had it on the Wii. I have like that Paper Mario, like Mario thing that came with the anniversary with the Wii, with all the soundtrack stuff, and I tried to play them, and I played them once off, and I was like, nah, I prefer this one. I'm gonna go back to that one.
Okay, so we're going to give you, this is the original one released in 1985.
Alright,
This
like
is-
what? Super Mario Bros. I think I can like casually beat the game in like 10 minutes or something. The original. I have to like remember the route though. I haven't played it in like so long. But like, it doesn't take that long to beat Super Mario Bros. What's like the world record like speed run of the game anyways? It's like, what is it? The original with lots of bootleg version, yeah.
The video game that started pretty much Nintendo's dominance for the last 40 years, okay? In addition to the Nintendo, the original, they bundled Super Mario Bros. With it. They also bundled Super Mario and Duck Hunt. They also had a very rare version of Super Mario Bros., Duck Hunt, and Track and Field, which is a very sought-after cart, which is, we're not playing.
They even
because
got
we're
the new
playing
breakthrough
simulation.
recently
Don't
for the world record,
Super
yeah.
Mario Bros. Blabs, you know there's 2 buttons here. You
Like
run,
it's like
you
what,
jump,
2 minutes
and
or something
that's
for
all
world
you know.
record?
I can do that.
So you've never played this before?
No.
Okay, press the start button.
Okay.
Here we go. You can play 1 player, 2 player. You're gonna play 1 player because that's it. And this 2-second player is who? Who's the second? Mario and?
Oh, Luigi.
Yes, there
No,
we go.
it's Green
All right.
Mario.
Letting me go back and forth.
Yeah, you can't go back.
press start.
What I called it. I said I want to see her get past the title screen.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
It's the same as normal start, but then when I was like, oh, it's just press A, who's like, I want to see her get through it.
And off we go, Blabs.
What does the A button do? Nothing's happening.
This is gonna be awesome. She's
I
going.
don't even care.
You're
Not
doing
even getting a
horrible job.
mushroom, damn.
See ya. Saw that one coming.
Already dead.
You almost to the
Still
end of level
1-1, imagine.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Oh, no! I tried to jump through.
You don't
You
get a
did it.
life anyways if you get to the top.
Don't be smarty. That's good news.
They didn't do
Blabs,
that
you know
till,
that over
like, what?
50% of kids today can't beat Mario 1-1.
Are they retarded?
Yeah.
It's a question we ask quite frequently, yes.
Never.
Right.
Yeah.
Will
All
she
right.
get trapped in the wall somehow? Never been done before.
Yeah, it's just more points. Yep.
But
See you here first.
No, cause like it started with like New Super Mario Bros, where you could actually get a straight up 1-up at the very top. In Super Mario World, you would get more points. To go through the bonus game where you can get more lives and stuff. When you got to the thing there, and like you could get a 1-up, I guess, in Mario 3 if you got the correct card thing when you were like when you hit the goal thing, but like that's its own other thing there. But yeah. Like the bonus thing there. But yeah, New Super Mario Bros. The first time where like you straight up got a 1-up if you got the very top of the flagpole. You still don't get why it has a point system? I don't know. It's like, I wonder why the fuck Sonic games, some of the older ones especially, have a point system. When they already have like a time system thing to like, that you can check for time to see how fast you beat it. I don't know, man.
there it is. All right.
I'm here again?
Yep. Here again. Back at
Yeah,
it.
no checkpoints.
Back at it again.
Oh!
Oh, wait, is there something else?
Look at her learning.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
what
one
is
up.
that, Blabs?
No.
You got
That's not a hack. That's just a trick there, Ramp. They're only a 1-2.
No, sad
The
day.
fuck?
That is sad. Calm down.
No, Blabs. This is edge of your seat excitement right here. I'll tell you that. Oh my gosh, this is like this is better than watching like the NBA Finals right now. This is a Super Bowl. You notice there's small little things in this level which people don't.
Oh! I pressed the wrong button.
I was just about to
The
point out
skill
that people
issue.
don't appreciate, meaning that like what they did exceptionally
Arcade
well
ranking,
was,
yeah.
from a game development standpoint, is they teach you how to play without actually teaching you how to play.
Yep.
Yep.
And you see, they always give you a safeguard on the first obstacle, and Blabs failed because she fell down that hole. Oh, there we go. But the hole before then had a bottom to it, so you could fall down it.
They taught you how to play without teaching you how to play.
That's okay. What?
Does he like sit down? Oh, he doesn't sit down. He doesn't do the little jumps.
No, he does not do the butt stomp. That didn't start till Mario 64.
Yeah, I like the butt stomp. It's funny.
It is. It's a good move. Yeah.
Oh no! Okay.
Hey, calm down.
The skill issue with these people, man.
Oh my goodness.
So you played like the new Super Mario, right? That's what it was called. It looked like this, like it was side scrolling, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun because you could play with your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one you played.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
They should bring back
Okay, so
fart
back here.
attack for
1, 2.
Mario.
This is where we're at.
Or is he still doing that? I have no idea, man.
Oh boy.
I'll do it. Fine, I'll do it.
Oh, I knew it! I freaking knew it!
The skill issue, man.
Oh, look, I'm shocked.
This is so sad.
I lost the flower.
You did. You went a little too far.
They need the skill issue notice.
You can't go back to the left. That was a big deal. The idea. You can only go right.
Life lesson: always look forward.
Yes, always go right.
Yeah.
No, she does not.
Oh, look at that! Good job, Blabs.
Yeah.
Kid. Oh shit!
Dead.
Stupid blue elves.
Blue elves.
When you're too used to being guided, I know, right?
Phoenix. He was like.
Look at that. Look at her go. Look at her go.
Alright, let's see something here, maybe.
I'm sure they have
So
blue
when you're ready,
paint.
you can break
She
those
could have went there instead. Yellow
deal.
paint, you mean? They need yellow paint. They
How
need
would
the
you get
yellow
there?
paint.
We're flying a little close to the sun.
Little too close.
Oh, like
little too.
I trapped myself.
They're still there.
I wanted to double jump. Ah!
What double jump? There's no double jump.
If you're standing next to them, they won't go up.
Oh.
Or will they? God, jeez, I thought that was gonna go up. Oh, the intensity is real. Okay, here we go. We gotta make from one jump to the other. Nice.
Can I go this way? Oh no!
You found the warp zone, Blabs.
What's the warp?
You found the secret,
Okay.
and you're missing it by going the wrong way. Okay.
Oh my
Like the rule too.
You had a choice to go to level 2, 3, or 4.
It's like if you had a winning lottery ticket, you chose $1.
That's right.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that shit!
Well, I mean, it told you what world do you want to go to.
Yeah, it
I
has.
think I'll go to the worst of the 4 or the 3. Uh-oh.
More points.
Oh no!
Game over, Rip.
Hey, bada boom! Hey, mozzarella!
What does that have to do with anything?
He's Italian. It's a Mario.
He's a Japanese man!
No, he's not.
Italian. He's Mario. There you go, Blabs. Let him know.
That's right.
You've gotten so much better. I think this is a really good place for us to start. You know, you gotta start with a.
Absolutely.
Oh gosh.
No, 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 no.
Build the foundational skills
That's
first.
right. That's right. That's what we're doing here.
Take it. Aw, he won't take it.
Take what?
Can't
You're
throw
shooting.
my fire at him.
No, you're shooting the pipe, not him. Oh.
Why isn't he dying?
His skill issue.
There you go. That's a spicy meatball, Blabs. Hey. Nice job.
We're doing good so far.
Take that. Shit. This is fun.
Oh gosh.
This
The lack
this
of
is
momentum
so
was like, oh my
painful,
gosh.
man. This is so painful to watch.
Oh no!
This is so painful.
Right there. I know. Phoenix, you were all of us at that point.
Yeah.
Take the low road this time,
It's
Blabs.
like watching a mentally handicapped person trying
You
to
prefer
cross
going
the
to World
highway.
3 because of the 1-up? I mean, you could have done that on 1-1.
Slowly but surely, they'll get there. They may get hurt a few times.
Oh,
But
look, I made it.
you did it, Blabs. You got.
Finally beat World 2.
You've been playing retro video games in your spare time?
No,
Okay, good.
definitely not. Eat me! Eh.
Here you go. Are you enjoying this?
Yeah.
Good. It's the best game. My daughter loves this game. She plays this non-stop.
It's like just like the most perfect amount of challenge, a little exploration, and you know.
I did this level without dying.
For a modern 28-year-old,
yeah.
I guess it's perfect.
Damn.
I did this level without dying. Where's my praise?
You did
Oh,
good.
sorry. Hold on, everyone stop, please.
Wow.
Congratulations,
Very
Buzz.
powerful one.
That's right. Oh!
And
I'll
rip.
take it back.
The skill
This
issue,
happens
man.
to everybody. It's called the retro regression, where at a certain point, you become so fed up with your inability to be successful that you end up sucking more.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you have to just fight through it. The retro regression is real.
Yeah, I remember it was in Castlevania. I would just play for like an hour straight of just dying.
Nope, we still don't know
Will
the secret
Blast.
one up there. The invisible one up block.
The regression is real.
Now the next phase is ripping out the controller and screaming, you know, F this. That's the next phase.
Yep.
400 points.
Doesn't
Let's go.
know that you can hold the other button to run.
A run?
Do you think that they actually built that into the game?
What?
The ability to run?
That would be an interesting design choice if they did.
I mean, you could adjust your speed whenever you wanted
That'd
to.
be amazing.
Make farther jump.
That's what it means. Ah, no! I pressed the wrong button!
You only find that if you have the urge to break. Hold the brick.
You
Uh-huh.
distracted me. You were like... And then I lost my concentration, you little shit!
Yep.
I need to drink my tea. Hang on.
This is part of the experience, though.
It is.
Everybody.
You're watching all the emotions.
Yes, this is the emotional roller coaster that is retro video games.
Shit, Craig.
But I
This
picked
is
a
all part
really
of it where you
easy
blame
one.
Everybody else but yourself. You take.
This is like a really easy one.
Just fine. And then you were like... Wait, I just tried to run them over by going super fast and it didn't work. You guys lied to me.
I'm sorry. You tried to do what?
Run them over.
You don't.
Speed.
Oh God.
Wrong game.
Okay, how do you pick?
How do you pick?
You pick whatever one you want.
4 and just skip all the shit.
You're done.
Yes!
You did it!
You can! You can do that!
Now all I got
I'm gonna give you
Lakitu is
fair warning.
dropping the
The higher
babies.
the level, the more the obstacles.
Watch, she does amazing on the hard.
I know, I can't wait.
I like this nice little stroll pace I got going on here.
It's just.
The skill issue, man.
No! Ah!
Oh, she went. Did you say what?
Rip.
Everything about what just happened was comedy gold for those who know.
Just make it to the flagpole.
Give me it back! My star! No!
No, yeah, there we go. Yes, Blabs. Hey, you made it all the way to the end, only getting hit a couple of times, Blabs. I appreciate how you think the run is too fast.
It's too fast.
What?
Oh, this is brilliant.
No, give her a Sonic game. We want run. You want fast running? Give her actual speed.
Blabs, I want you to succeed so bad. Oh, God. Oh, no.
We plummet to your death.
Blabs, do you understand? My nickname. You don't know this about me. My nickname is Platform Jesus.
Wow.
I've heard that before, but you know what? Have you been able to discover all the failures in one round? No. So therefore, I am the best.
Good point, Blabs. Good point.
You're right, Blabs. I'm sorry.
That's right.
You know what? You are Princess Jesus here.
Thank you.
That's right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Well, continue on, Princess Jesus.
I will.
Okay.
You're doing great, Blabs. Watch out for this big old Goomba.
No.
I'm sorry. What'd you call it? A little elf earlier?
No,
blue elf.
The blue elf.
Uh-oh.
Let me have
Rip.
it. Bro!
Skill issue.
How you do it? Help me! I give up.
Skill issue.
Who else is gonna get it?
Run.
I was trying that.
Jump.
Oh! Oh, look!
Don't do it! Oh, God. Oh, God! Ah! Yeah! You did
Oh,
it
we
on
got the one
accident.
up. At least.
Oh, wow.
Don't cry, Craig. It's okay.
Keep the...
Die!
You're doing great.
That's right.
And she got the one up. I forgot about the one
Yeah,
up.
yeah, she got the one up.
She's on fire right now.
Pixel dodges, yeah.
Just totally forget about the time that's constantly ticking down, waiting to murder you.
Don't worry, I got it. I jumped! I pressed the B button!
How many times did you hear that as a kid?
Yeah.
I jumped! Look, you're right back there. You got a checkpoint, Blabs.
Welcome.
Don't. Oh, God.
And dead.
Huh.
There was?
Don't worry, I got this.
It's so painful. It is so painful.
I guess it should be revealed that Craig has been playing the entire time.
That's right. Can't break that. Well, you got that before, Blabs. You act surprised, but it's clearly there. Oh, God. Oh, God!
I want it! Give it to me!
See if you can time the jump. See if you can time it.
Rip.
That's so sad!
So close.
I actually thought you were going to get it and just fall down the hole. That's what I actually thought was going to happen.
Look at her go. She's flying.
It's because I have fire.
Sure.
She's very, very intense right now. And once again, the arrogance is just flowing off.
I am indestructible!
Or you're one hit away from being small.
Yep.
Listen. You're right. Everyone. All the way up.
Gonna make sure we hit each one of those.
Not every other. Every single one. Hey, fireworks.
I did it!
Congrats.
You know how you got fireworks?
No.
Because your timer ended with a 6 at the end of it.
Yep.
That's how you got 6 fireworks. Hey, 1,000 points. I think that's the first time you've actually doubled up on the fire flower.
No, she's doing good right now.
Yes, excellent.
Thanks, me.
Listen, I wish you nothing but success.
It's like,
It hasn't worked the first 15
honestly,
times.
I would need to see more.
Maybe something else will try.
Because, like,
Man, you are
it's
awesome.
kind of what I expected.
No, you are so good at getting those
I'm
two.
still very
Not so
skeptical.
much at getting those 4. You're getting lots of 50-point blocks, though. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Asshole!
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Oh no, turn that way, bro! Hit him!
All right, this is a tough jump right out of the gate.
Tough jump,
Momentum.
surely.
Doesn't matter. Blabs is no momentum Blabs. It doesn't even matter. She's gonna make the jumps with or without your momentum, your stupid momentum. Oh, she's going down!
All right.
She wants to take on the B-boy. All right.
That's right.
Individual. Oh! Graduated.
Oh, no, she had every other one after that.
Rip.
And
Didn't even grab the bottom.
and 400. All right, here we go. Okay, now once again, your arrogance is emanating off you right now. I'm sorry, did I say arrogance? I meant confidence. Your confidence is emanating from you right now. I can see it in your energy. Just don't get too confident, Blabs. That a girl. You know that every coin gives you 200 points? Do you know that? If you saw that?
Yeah.
It's a gold coin. Maybe if you collect 100, you can finally get a life.
Yeah, that's okay. Do you know that at 100 coins, you get a free life?
Yeah, you can finally get a life if you collect 100 gold coins. So make sure you guys do that, right? Easiest way to get a life.
I was trying not to.
All right, good job. That's your second double up there, Blabs. Good job.
Okay.
Gosh, the fact that she's doing this without jumping is like, oh god, she's dead.
Oh, I think his foot touched it.
Oh.
I like that we're more stressed than you right now.
1, 2, there we go. Every single step.
Rip.
400.
Alright, Bowser time.
Like 400 is like that's the perfect example of your game
Right,
right here.
'cause
Not 100, because 100 is the worst.
Oh, it's so stressful.
With the change in music.
Rip.
I don't come with you.
Oh, Blabs, that was great. So what'd you think of Super Mario Brothers?
I like it. No, it's very similar to the Mario one that I played on the Wii. And I have played, like I said, I tried the Paper Mario, I think that's what it was.
Super Paper Mario, no.
It's nothing new for me, but it's a lot harder than
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The OG Mario Bros is apparently hard, guys. Apparently it's hard. That's the skill issue here. Yeah, I think I've lost count too. Alright. Let's see this one. The OG Zelda.
Ladies and gentlemen, It's time.
All right.
You hear the music, and boy, do we have a treat for you. It is Blabs
OG Zelda time.
versus The Legend of Zelda.
I think there's going to be an overall. It's going to be interesting to watch her. I don't want to give anything away about just this is a very different kind of game.
Yeah.
And I'd be curious to see if she can find something to do with it.
This is GTA before GTA. This is an open world before open world existed.
Okay.
There's no hand holding in this.
Okay.
All right.
No
let's start.
hand holding.
Fine. We're just gonna go this way.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm already right.
Oh, do I have a weapon? Oh, God,
Not
oh,
yet.
No, they hurt me.
Phoenix called it from second one.
Yep.
Why can't you? Run!
No running. Link, don't do that.
Okay. Well, this is the most Blabs versus thing experience ever.
Where are we going at? Nobody knows.
No,
Great.
we know. Hey, look, you found a fairy. Will she figure out how to make it work?
I think the answer is no.
All right.
That's right. Thank you, Phoenix.
Oh yeah, Zelda definitely way worse.
All right. Hey, there we go.
Oh look, there we go. Can get healed up.
Now what?
That's a great question. Now what? Okay.
All right.
You're doing an excellent job exploring at this point, Blabs. Searching for anything. You can go anywhere you want in the entire map as long as you have the capability. Uh-oh. Things are ticking down. You're in a forest now. Watch out for those little moblin guys. We may have our first discovery here. Oh, we're on the shoreline. Watch out. And right in there. Okay.
And dead.
And you died.
This is going to be miraculous if we do it again. If we miss the thing again.
Yes. All right. The music is good though, right? Don't you think this is nice?
No, it's laughing at me.
No. It's like a sweet, soft
No, the
lullaby.
music's laughing at me. I
Oh,
can hear it.
well,
Sure.
no, in Zelda 2, he actually laughs at you. This one, yeah.
Wait, what was that? What's this right here? Did I survive a dungeon or what?
It's dangerous to go alone. Take
He's
this.
saying it's dangerous to go alone.
I got a
Amazing.
weapon.
Oh my god, this is awesome. Look, it shoots little baby swords.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I go up?
Because you just can't go up.
Well, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's okay. Because honestly, Blabs, it knows you're going to run into the fire. That's why. All right. So now you have the sword, and look, it shoots things. She's on fire now.
She's doing great.
Yep.
Okay.
You can go anywhere you
that.
want. Yeah, take that.
It does turn out that
Who
having a
goes
weapon
out?
is helpful when questing.
Yeah.
Yes.
She does.
Having a way to defend yourself, positive.
Yes.
Oh boy. She just flailing
And no
away.
more sword beam.
Here?
No, you cannot.
Oh,
no. Oh God.
You do have a sword. You have a sword. Really like that kamikaze.
If I just do this, I'll survive.
Yeah, just keep doing that all the way around. That's gonna work out really well for you, Blabs.
Hey, look, a door!
There's a door. All right.
Right!
Well, it's a store,
Too bad no
so
rupees.
you don't have enough.
Yes,
stuff
I
to
will buy stuff.
Uh-oh.
1x. Can I have something? I don't have anything! Oh!
You have no monies, no rupees.
Sorry, Link. I
got
can't
no
give
fishes,
credit.
I got no
Come
rupees.
back when
You know
you're
what you do
little.
have is one heart. One
Richer.
heart.
Right?
And Blabs is
The
all
horseshoe
heart.
thing.
That-
right.
Yeah, that's.
Take that.
What are you stabbing at?
Air.
You sure are. Blabs, I got bad news for you.
I'm
You're
died.
dead. That's right. This is an adventure that we're all on
No,
together.
the game's over, so she
you Still have
won.
your sword.
The
That's
game
good.
is
What if I go
over.
back in you? Will they bring
That's the end of the game. Game over.
It's that nothing.
No.
Okay, so we went that way, we went that way. Let's go this way.
Yeah, do it. Let's go. I like your adventure attitude you have.
Run, little guy!
So you have this thing. It hits things from far away. This sword, which yes, you can just shoot it and it'll hit things as long as you have all your hearts. Okay. There's your glitch. Oh, nice.
That does
I
seem
got
to be.
money!
That does seem to be a more effective technique than stabbing the air.
That's right.
Oh, money!
Your hack is that you
No!
hold on. There you go. Good for you, Blabs.
There we go. 2 rupees.
You hold on to your hearts and you can keep shooting from far away. There you go. Good. So when you stab the air, it actually does something.
Do something!
The enemies are to the right of you.
Oh, look at that. A double hit right there. That's
Double
good,
kill,
yeah.
guys.
You like,
Double kill.
you like the music? Watch out!
Oh!
Whoa.
Oh, wow. It's aggressive here. Okay,
Yeah.
let's
It's, hey, he said it. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Look at her just stabbing anything that doesn't even move, not even there. She's like Star Wars kid, just flailing around. Perfect.
Yep, dead to the
All right,
Octorox.
Labs, I got bad news for you. Bad news for you.
Bad moves.
That too. You died.
Alright, we'll go again.
Yeah, keep going.
Whee, so this is the way to go.
No.
This is not the way to go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go up.
That sounds good.
Okay.
I like your thought process here.
Maybe it's the left.
Kill the things on screen.
I don't want to.
You should.
Okay.
I don't.
You have this laser beam shot.
I don't have it anymore.
You
There it goes.
You did, and then you didn't. You got to learn to hit things with your...
Oh.
Look, I found a store. Do I have any money? I do.
This is the same store you found about 3 minutes ago.
I want a key.
No, you don't get a key, Blabs.
Why not?
Because you don't have enough money. All right, new area, almost there. Now we're in a new spot. Haven't been here yet. Now we're exploring. Uh-oh. Remember that shield? Yep, just keep on stabbing at those things coming at you. Oh, there you go. Nice little hit there.
Just keep stabbing.
Uh-oh.
And dead.
Oh.
Yep. Dead.
Blabs, I got bad news for you.
What?
You're dead.
It does appear like you.
Very dead.
Yes.
You appear on you. I have died. I've been deceased.
Extremely dead.
Come on, dude, let's go.
Okay, remember you have the long arching weapon to give you the ability to shoot things from afar away if you like.
Alright, I'm gonna get some water.
Good
One sec.
shot.
Woo!
That's 1 rupee. Yes. Excellent,
I didn't
Blabs.
get anything else. That's so sad.
No, it's
No,
sad.
she
yeah.
needs a rupor to
There you
lose
go.
her
This thing was
rupees.
before the internet. We had to. This was like on the schoolyard. You'd have to like talk about all the experiments you did. Where to
No,
go
you
and
have to
stuff.
get the
You couldn't
power,
look up a
Nintendo
guide.
power.
So, Blabs, in the upper left corner of your screen is the map right there.
Doesn't really help. It does if it's not.
Well, it sure does. Yes, because it tells you exactly where you are in this map. So what we would do, kids during this time would take this map that they had and they would sometimes draw out what was on screen.
Gee.
On a thing called paper.
What is
Yes.
this?
Yeah, on
It's an old
paper.
lady.
Why doesn't she die?
No, you don't know why she's there, but maybe you'll learn later on in the game, which we won't ever get to. That's okay. Way to attack them, Blabs. Go get them. Go get them. The red ones are easier. The blue one, will she get it?
I'm not thrilled about this.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we saw that
They
one.
each got each other. That's okay.
That's rough.
All right. In the interest of time,
Try guiding.
should we add a little bit of guidance here?
I
you
think we
think?
should add a little guidance.
I mean, we came in saying no training wheels, but I think that we need to put one on. Go to your right, Blabs.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Now just remember, those little characters are not your friends. You're not there to hug them. You're there to.
You want to hit them with your sword
Yes.
from a
Run.
distance.
Where am I supposed to go?
I'll tell you what, Blabs. When you clear a space, I will tell you where to go.
What the shit?
There you go. Now we're talking.
Now what?
Where do you want to go?
I want to go up.
Okay.
All right.
Whatever you want.
What do you mean? You're supposed to be telling me. Ah! Die! Ooh! I'm gonna run.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Let's see what goes on here. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Nothing is around you at all.
Got the air really good.
We're avoiding everything in sight. There's a giant bridge there.
Okay.
Boy, that bridge looked enticing.
Yeah, no. Only
The
to
bridge.
only somebody who wants. Oh, we got bombs. Oh, that would have been a big pickup, but we did not. Decided not to get it. All right. We are closing in. And...
Not going in the dungeon?
Oh my God. Okay.
They're in the dungeon now.
Blabs, you've made it to the first dungeon, Blabs.
The first one.
Congratulations. Through your feverish discovery and adventurism, you found it. Now you must make your way through each level, each room, vanquishing the bats.
The keys. That's not a bat, that's the keys.
There you go. With your sword.
They're called the keys.
Now we have skeletons
Okay.
Right?
Good job.
And dead.
All right, Blabs, I got bad news for you. You died. The good news is, though, Blabs, is that you start on level 1, so you don't need to find that again. And your door's unlocked, which is great. So it's like almost like a little save, almost like you need your battery pack. Oh look, you have your full hearts again. That's good.
What? Kill him!
Oh.
Kill him
Oh,
now!
look, there's a blue one. 5.
+5.
Let's get a 5er right there.
You're gonna be able to go shopping soon.
Hope so.
Yeah, sadly no glitch.
So Blabs, this is your first time. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! I like what's going on. Go get that! Go get it! Go get it! Go get it! And they're frozen, Blabs.
Oh, it's like Castlevania all over again.
It's frozen. That's right. This is your first time playing a Zelda game, Blabs. What's your first thoughts?
Not
got
as
a key.
enticing as everyone makes it.
Well, you're also not as good as everyone thought. All right, we got bats. So yeah, this is, you guys know. I mentioned this early on. This is Blab's first Zelda game.
If the bats are called keys, then what are the keys called?
These are the classic versions of Zelda, the overhead versions. Blabs, you have improved immensely since we started playing.
Take that, little shit.
The 3D version of Zelda came much later, during the N64 era, which was about a decade after this was released. Right? Let's see if she's gonna kill the little blobs. Okay.
Banner?
It's a door. Oh, I like what you're thinking.
Maybe it's a banner.
Yep.
That's okay.
Okay.
To do her thing.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. Got a bright colored object and a dark room right there, surrounded by enemies. Let's see what she does here. And she got hit by the little.
She gets
That's
hit.
okay. She's lost her distance power. But she's up there slicing and dicing everybody.
Doing good. You still got plenty of hearts.
Good job. You found the map. Good. You can see where you're going in the upper left corner of the screen.
Now she can see the map.
Uh-oh. Gotta get a little more up close and personal with these guys.
Remember how
In
Super
tight
Mario
spaces.
64 4 was well designed?
Oh, you got the key though. That's good.
I've actually never.
Yeah, like imagine designing stuff around the tools you're given and everything. What a time it was, man. What a
Just
time.
glitched right through the key. That's good. All right, nice.
Right, what a time.
These guys take a couple hits, they're gonna be bouncing back. There you go.
Come here.
Gonna-
Waiting for you.
Your hit rate is very low right now. I'm just gonna throw that out there. We have boomerangs. Oh, she's got them stacked up. Nice job, Blabs.
That's how we do it.
Yes.
And dead.
Do I just start all over?
You do all the way at the beginning of this level.
But the door is what needs to be on.
Now, to be clear, you actually haven't gone to the right down at the bottom. So, you're here at the beginning. You might as well explore.
Yep, might as well explore.
Oh.
This is a journey, Blabs. There you go. Wow, stack them up. Stack them up. Stack them up.
There you go, they got the key.
Yes. Good job, Blabs. And you got an extra key.
Right.
That key will be useful later on down the line.
They were so good. Now they don't
So
do
the goal
shit.
here is
Exactly.
to simply beat the first level.
Exactly. Now they're just coasting on nostalgia, man. Right? Like, that was kind of the other thing. Like, I miss, like, how they made their older shit. And it's funny how, like, we're never gonna get, like, a Zelda game like they used to be ever again. We just get, like, the repackaged Papiga slop that they give us now. Or whatever. Not the old stuff. And instead, they're like, they'll make you pay a sub to replay the old stuff on their shit emulator. In Switch Online. Right? But yeah.
So, you're doing pretty good. Oh, we have...
And then $90 for a new game. Wait, it's even worse than that, man. Where was it? I think it was, what was that video I saw from it? But, like, it wasn't great. Mario Kart World. That one was obviously a joke thing, not the thing. Mario Kart World looks bad. I saw this off stream. But like,
especially because.
But basically, like, a lot of like the new courses that they showed off, if you saw like them streaming it, like, it looks kind of boring outside of the new gimmicks and everything. It just looks kind of boring because like the way it worked was like Grand Prix mode, you race one lap. And then you drive in a straight line to the next course. To then do one more lap. To then drive in a straight line to the next one. Right? It's just like a boring straight line simulator. Like the actual courses. Straight line driving simulator, yeah. It's like, what the fuck happened to map design, man? I'd rather have like 500 laps of Baby Park with frantic items on. That seems a lot more interesting. You know, like 500 lap Baby Park with like frantic items at least. And that was just like, it's fucking Baby Park. Alright, the Baby Park map from Double Dash. Like, it's just sad. Like, they're not interesting at all. It's just, the courses are kind of boring. From what they showed off.
Have something over there?
Yeah, many open world racers out there, and then Nintendo took the lazy way out. Yep.
Oh, she's gonna stay in the doorway. Just wait for them to pass her beams of light. All right. She's gonna not even move. There we go.
It's cheaper than Mario Kart World 2. Yep.
From afar. There you go, Blabs. And there's a pink thing.
So that's
the way to
go.
She's figuring it out there, Phoenix.
Okay.
It's intense. You got the skeleton guys chasing after you, you know.
Sure.
Yeah. But at least you got those rupees. There we go. Got more. These guys are handing out all the monies. Just at the, half your life. That's okay.
Okay, so I want to go that way, but there's no way to. There's no door there, was there?
There's not. Nope. Can't go that way. You got to keep exploring. This is the beauty of Zelda, is the exploration.
Yep.
So this way, maybe we can go up.
Now, there's still that door there to your
I
left.
don't want to go that way.
Okay, we don't want to go. That's fine. Now, you do have that key there. Uh-oh, and she's going to run into those things. Forget your sword. You do have one.
No, this was the wrong way.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's just ignore everything that's going on. We're going to use our sword. That's fine. 1 and a 2. And use our key here. Maybe?
But yeah. The question is, why are they charging $80 for a 23 gig game? God of War is $168,
right. We got
$80.
These guys look like
And
they're
like
trouble blast.
$60
You want to
game.
take them all? Okay.
Yeah, don't forget, like, Cyberpunk is like $60 as well.
All right. What are you feeling right now, Blabs? Right. You've advanced.
Okay.
What is that?
It's the dragon.
It's pink.
Oh, wait, no, don't worry though. Switch 2 with tariffs is gonna be hilarious in the US. Switch 2 with tariffs about to cost more than the ROG Ally. Like, it's gonna be hilarious. Since, like, the handheld PC stuff is gonna get exempt due to being laptops, effectively, it'll be hilarious to see the Switch 2 pricing the States after the tariffs go into effect. It'll be hilarious.
Eat the dragon!
Got a girl.
And dead.
Aww.
Chose to stab the wall.
That's right. That's okay. Hey, you've improved so much since we started playing, and now you know the way.
You know the way.
You know the way.
The
Does
way?
this music
Yep.
scare you at all?
No, I don't like it.
It's intimidating to you, huh? Glad you had all your life. You didn't need to kill it. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So, I forgot.
It's okay.
I'm female, forgot.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's where we're going with this. I would like to let you know that Blab said that, not Craig or Phoenix.
You think
Hey,
they
these guys, once again,
they
they're gonna
buff?
drop anything. You did.
It's
That's
just
okay.
to see how much they can charge for a game. But the worst part is,
Blabbering collector.
it's either gonna sell like
over
crazy.
here.
Yup.
Or Greg
Nintendo
Miller,
thinks they should have
GRE.
enough in stock in the US and Canada at least a year.
A
year they're not
there we go.
sure.
Okay, you
Yeah.
got it. Go, Blabs, go. Get out of here. Oh, she is a woman after all.
Exactly. It's just to set up the grounds to charge even more. And like, here's the thing, right? Like I said it before. Like, what the fuck am I even gonna do with the Switch 2, even if I do buy one? Like, so far, like, it's like, if I was to get a Switch 2, what am I even gonna buy to play on there? Maybe I played the Donkey Kong game? Right, because the Mario Kart World one looks kind of, eh? That's, like, the only thing there. Because, like, otherwise it's like, I already play shit on, I have a Steam Deck that I've owned since, they first came out, like, 3 years ago. I've had one for 3 years now. You know, pricing, like, a fucking Steam Deck OLED is cheaper than, Switch 2. The MSRP for Canada, where I live. That's cheaper, too, if I really wanted that. Or I could buy a different handheld PC, not like I would buy one right now, because I don't need a new one. My Steam Deck does what I need it to do anyways. Right? And, like, it's like a lot of the games I end up playing, it's like, I can play them on my PC anyways. Right? And, I don't need to deal with Nintendo's crappy, storefront or their shit online service. Or pay them for that. You know? It is what it is.
Oh, gotta get them.
Shinies, gotta get them.
Yeah, why buy Switch 2 when there's a less expensive Steam Deck and can run Elden Ring? It's not even just the Steam Deck. You have other PC handhelds too. It's not just the Steam Deck. You have other options as well. Right? And if you don't like one, maybe you like the other or whatever. In some cases too, like, you can even find some kiosks that have them. I know a Best Buy that, like, literally has, like, demo kiosks for a lot of the gaming handhelds and stuff like that. Right, and, like, the game you bought already, you can just keep playing them. You don't have to pay some weird exorbitant price for an upgrade pack that you should have just gotten anyways without having to pay for it, but, you know, that's the world we live in.
Them shinies.
All right. Okay, so if you can somehow make it your way to the inn now, and you can just shoot the guy from far away.
We can just get to the doorway.
Yeah, seriously.
Uh-oh. I think this is the run. I do. I think this is definitely the... Oh, no.
We're looking good. We're looking all right.
All right. If this is not the run, all those guys are going to come back next time around.
Yeah.
Oh, she's going to stay back. She's going for it. I like
Yeah, the exclusives, they made the most nostalgia games possible. And now it's like, I'm not a Nintendo fan, but I know a couple of guys that will kill their family to play another Zelda game. Yeah, I grew up playing a lot of the older ones too. It's just that, like, the newer ones just kinda, it's not the same as the old stuff, man. They don't hit the same. Like, I played Breath of the Wild, I played a bit of it. I never bothered to finish it because, like, I just ended up not caring. And it's just not the same as, like, a lot of the older ones that I miss from the older ones. And, like, I would rather play, like, the older ones than Breath of the Wild anyways. With the Zeldas. And Tears of the Kingdom is, like, is basically, like, an expansion of sorts to it. Right? You have the cool, like, little gadget stuff that you can make and whatever. But, like, it's just not enough to, like, actually interest me. To want to play more or whatever. Like, you heard the Switch 2 will only run games 30 FPS and the Nintendo fans will still buy it. Like, they'll buy games that don't even run at 20 FPS, man. Breath of the Wild on the original Switch and, like, the Tears of the Kingdom can't even run at a stable 20 FPS. We're not even talking about 30, we're talking 20. Okay? A lot of games don't run on the Switch, they crawl. Let's be real. But, like, yeah, like, I own 2 OG Nintendo Switches. I used them a long time ago, but then, like, after I got the Steam Deck, the amount of use I ever got out of them after that point is basically, like, almost 0 use. But, yeah, it is what it is.
Go. Good, good, good. You let him know who's boss. Let him know who's boss from really, really far away. From really far away. Let him know, Blab. Tell him. Yes!
I got a banana.
Press B. Press B. Okay. Get away, Blabs. Go to the left side of the screen. Shoot from afar. No.
go. Here we go.
The only
Shoot it,
game
man.
you're interested is Duskbloods. I'm skeptical on that one, man. Yeah, Switch could run games 3 FPS and people would still buy it, yeah. It's not the hardware, it's Nintendo, exactly. I mean, like, even then, man, right? Like, I have the thing, right? It's just that, like, I want the actual game to have an actual decent experience while playing it. I don't want to be fighting the game trying to play it. You know, I want to just, like, actually play it. Right? And then at the same time, the Switch, the fucking controls on that thing is terrible. The Joy-Cons are awful. I remember, like, I lightly used, my Switch Joy-Cons for, like, a month. And then, like, it started drifting. And then, I just went in, I bought, like, a replacement, what's it called, Hall Sensing, Hall Effect, sticks and replace them, but, like, the Joy-Cons themselves, like, when I'm using them on the Switch, when I use them, I bought a grip case, because, like, even with my small hands, it's extremely uncomfortable to hold. Like, it just, ergonomically, it's Pepega. Like, really not great. But, yeah. Because, like, that's another thing, too, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, yeah, like, the other fun fact, the OG Switch model. Did you know that, like, the Switch doesn't actually use the proper, USB-C power delivery spec? It's kind of why a couple years back, people were getting, their Switches bricked, because what ended up happening is, basically, for, like, the, when they were plugging it into, like, a third-party charger, it was basically, the Switch was expecting, what was it? 15 volts at 2.6 amps, except instead the actual charging standard would have been at 3 amps for 15 volts. And what ended up happening is the power delivery IC that's responsible for, like, taking in power from the USB-C port and distributing it to the rest of the console would fry itself because the current sent through it was too high, because Nintendo, for some reason, I don't know who the fuck was the dumbass engineer at Nintendo who designed it, but they should have been fired. You know, they should have been fired and everything, because it was one of the dumbest fucking design decisions. Actually, yeah, like, here's a fun fact, right? If you have your phone charger, look at the actual power ratings for the output on the charger, and grab your Switch, your official Nintendo branded Switch charger, and read the labels there. You'll notice how, like, the power delivery thing there is off. It's not what it should be. And the reason why it's like that is because the Switch does not follow the correct USB-C spec for power delivery. And, like, that, the thing is, the fact that that's happened when Nintendo switched to a proper, like, actual mainstream connector, I am really curious, and also somewhat paranoid, if I was to get a Switch 2, on if that power problem would also come again. Because I can see it happening. And, like, the thing is, it's not the third-party docks that cause that problem. It's plugging it into, like, a different charger itself. Because if you use the third-party dock, it's only going to give the output of what you give it. Right? But if you plug it into, like, let's say a laptop charger that doesn't support that correct, weird current format that the Switch wants, you could run the risk of potentially frying it. For example, you could, like, actually fry it that way. Because of the really, really stupid design decision that some engineer at Nintendo came up with when they were designing the actual circuit board or whatever. But, like, yeah, like, that's the thing. Kind of scary when you think about it, right? But yeah, we started to make custom Nintendo Switch controllers, and the compatibility is horrible. They want to use their own ways of doing things. I guess it's normal for a company to make them buy your stuff, but it makes the things crazy to simulate 2 buttons at the same time. Yep. I'm really curious though on, like, how the hell they're gonna handle the GameCube on Switch Online, because, like, the Joy-Cons and even the newer ones and the Switch 2 Pro controller and the Switch Pro controller, like, they don't have analog triggers. but the GameCube had analog left and right triggers on its controller. And, like, it was used for various different games, right? Like in Mario Sunshine, you could control the water pressure when you were shooting it out, based on how much or how little you held the button down, right? Which does change how the game is played, compared to the 3D All-Stars, where it's just either you get full power or nothing at all out of flood. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Oh God! Now you gotta go attack. His head. Keep that. Get him, let's go. Get in there. Yeah!
Oh, hey, they at least beat the first boss there and got a heart container.
Wait, I'm not done with the dungeon yet.
Get the piece of Triforce, Blabs.
What? The triangle?
Triforce.
I got a triangle. It looks like it's got a pizza shape.
That's right. They called it the pizza back in the day sometimes.
The pizza, yeah.
You got it.
Okay.
Now what?
Now you have to get 8 more of those so you can go fight Ganon.
No, you've just started the game.
That's right. You've done level 1.
I don't like that. That's a little lot.
Blabs, I told you this is an adventure. But here's the thing, Phoenix. She hasn't put the controller down. She wants to continue the adventure.
No. I prefer Mario.
But
even in trying to make your point, you're still playing the game.
Still playing.
You can't stop.
And remember, you can now buy things soon if you keep. That perks some interest.
Oh, she said, "Oh, I'm a woman. I like to buy things." All right.
Women do be shopping, so you check eBay before.
Okay.
I don't know where to go now.
It's called adventure.
Called intuition. I've died.
I got bad news for you, Blabs.
I've died.
All right, Legend of Zelda. You did get the first.
Yeah, I did do it. You said I wouldn't be able to beat the dungeon.
Look, you may have doubted her, but will you ever doubt Blabs again?
No.
Okay, there you go. See, look, there's your Triforce pieces right there. This is your inventory. It gives you. There's all the stuff.
Yeah, Nintendo was lazy. Game Freak is even more lazy. Yeah, people still buy it. Yep.
Yeah.
Phoenix.
And that's just the world we live in, man. Right? They end up putting lazy slop. I mean, like, it doesn't change much else if you look at other industries as well, like other parts of it. Right? You look at like the AAA gaming space. They basically at this point put everything into visual and graphics, and none of the budget into like actually making a good game. So you end up with just like the same slop that just is a bit more detailed, and the price go up while also taking significantly longer and being drastically more intensive to run. And in many cases, they don't look that much better compared to games we've had like 10 years ago in some cases. Heck, some PS3 games, to some extent, hold up just as well when put side by side to the stuff we get these days. It's the same thing with like the gachas and stuff like that too. A lot of them, it's like they forget about the most important part of the game, the actual game. Too busy focusing all this other crap, their DEI crap or whatever, their weird localizations or translations or whatever, the graphics fidelity and everything like that, that they forget they still have to make the game. Right, like that's where Nintendo's part of that too now. I mean, they have been at for a while here and there, but like, it's like really well changed for them now. Where it's like they're completely just shareholders first, actual end users, customers last. Right? Yeah, have you seen the latest Pokemon game? It looks bland, low effort. I know. And I'm probably still gonna go play Legends ZA anyways. I'm probably still going to play it anyways. It is what it is. Right, it is quite disappointing. Oh, but yeah, like that's where we are at. That's where we're at. But apparently, 4chan got hacked. 4chan got hacked, guys. What the hell happened here?
You know this video is coming since yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. 4chan has actually been totally hacked. Yesterday, on April, what was it, the 14th? There was a pretty all-out war on some of the wilder parts of the internet, and 4chan was the ultimate loser in all of this. For anybody that has no idea what's exactly going on, there is alleged source code of 4chan floating around. In fact, you're looking at what is allegedly the source code right here,
They got it
ladies
now,
and gentlemen.
okay.
So, you see that little Yotsuba config.php? Yotsuba being, I believe, a reference to like the 4 petals, the overall like logo of 4chan. Yeah, this is a lot to go through. So let's start from the very beginning, okay? About 17 hours ago on a website known as soyjack.party.
Okay.
So there are 3...
The Soyjack party, yeah. Yeah, because there are companies, if you're at a production, at some game company, making a game boring, cheap, and easy will be more profitable and then waste time and money. Yep, pretty much. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Right? Like, it's happening now, right? Marathon, Mario Kart World, happening long ago with Pokemon, Cyberpunk, etc. They don't make games anymore, they make money. Indie companies are salvation, yeah. Like, here's the thing, though. Like, even, like, at the gacha games we got, too, right? It's funny, too, like, basically how many fake gamers we end up having now with how they look at everything and prop things up. Right? You go look at the fucking gacha games. This shit's funny. If, like, imagine if we took some of these gachas, even the open world ones, and you just removed the bad parts of it. Like, let's say we took the gacha games. Let's say we took like Genshin or Wu or whatever. We remove the gacha from the game. Remove the weird excessive like terrible gear RNG stuff, so you don't have to keep farming it like crazy. Remove that part of the game. Remove dailies, because if you were to sell as a regular game, you don't need dailies. Remove the excessive farming trash mobs in a stupid circle and a timer part to get weapon or character ascension materials and the skill materials or whatever as well. Remove all of that from the game, right? Remove the end game content, because the end game content is just you refighting the same trash stuff again in a stupid circle and a timer to get Pepega premium currency so that you can go use it to gamble again, right? You remove all of that from the game, and what's left? Like, you think about it, right? It's like people got tricked just because they think, oh, open world thing in here. But then, like, it's basically your regular, average, other typical gacha game. But the open world aspect actually makes it worse, because it just makes your regular daily chores or whatever take drastically longer, because you have to deal with all that to draw it out. And now, because you have to load up an open world, you have to go through much longer loading screens as your phone or your whatever, or your computer or whatever, your game console tries to load all of the resources that you don't need to be there. And the best part, the freaking map designs are so bland, man. Like, you could take the freaking map designs in the game. You can even, like, take a shit game like Sonic 06. And if you were to put, like, the fucking level design side by side, it is just embarrassing how, like, even a bad game like Sonic 06 has more interesting things going on. Like, freaking Sonic 06 is, like, the funny example I like to throw around, because that game is infamous for being terrible. But, like, that's where we're at. Right, and then they're also too busy fighting over, oh, but we're generous, because we charge 10% less with our predatory business practice than this other company's predatory business practice, because we're 10% cheaper. As if that changes anything. It's still the same slop. Oh no, we have we put more resources to make it look graphically better. But don't worry, we just made the game like 5 to 10 times harder to run. For that, just to get that slightly better graphics there. We made it drastically more resource intensive. It'll drain your battery way faster. And we have still nothing. Right, it's like, where the fuck is the game? all that, it's still missing the game. And they'll say it's generous, but it's the same fucking thing. They copied their homework, and they're like, okay, we'll just charge you 10% less for people whaling. And that's it. 10% off. Right, they're praising the slop because it's still slop. I know. It's still the same thing. You take out the problems from it, and you're still left with nothing. And that's kind of the problem why you don't play them. Hey, we will spend more on ads. I know, they do. Because they need to get people's attention to them somehow. Because the reality is, in the actual game, though, there's nothing there. Outside of the freaking ridiculous chores in there. To upkeep it. But yeah, it is what it is, man. Like, it did do irreparable damage, man. Like, and that's the problem, right? Genshin's only going, like, Genshin being what it is. And then a lot of other companies saw this, so they're making all their clones to try to see if they can capitalize on it. But they end up in the same problem as Genshin. But, at least with Genshin, because they were first, their name is the thing that's out there, and what people will think and compare to. The best thing that Genshin ever had was back in 1.0, when it at least tried to trick people into thinking they were a Zelda clone. And not the, like, and like, the thing is, to an extent, you know, it's like, okay, this thing's also a mobile game back then, right? We're talking like 2020, sure. This is like the first time they made one of these games. We'll give it a pass. We'll see how it goes with future updates, right? Mondstadt was okay enough, where it had enough people fooled and thinking, okay, there's potential here. Maybe it'll go somewhere. Fast forward, 4.5 years later, we still haven't gotten the Zelda clone-like stuff that we thought Genshin would give us. With how Mondstadt was structured ever again. And we just got the slop we have now. Right? It never got better, only worse. And instead it's like all they do is like, we'll just release more of the same slop. If you didn't like the slop before, you're not gonna like it later when it's just the same thing again. And that's just all they've been doing. Yeah, WoW has more replayability. What replayability, man? The holograms, a piece of people are basically creating artificial difficulty. Exactly. They have to create artificial difficulty to do the stuff in the holograms, but the reality is most people don't give a fuck, man. Alright? And like, it's just like, you already fought the same fucking boss like a million fucking times just to get your ascension materials. And here's the other thing too. Right? If you, let's say you wanted to play WoW for the holograms, but you don't want to deal with all the other bullshit, well, guess what? They're not going to play the game. Unless they have someone else do all the crap for them, and then they only specifically do that one thing. But they have to make someone else do all the other crap for them. Right? Because, like, I don't know, man, spending hundreds of hours farming echoes, getting your EXP materials per character, your weapon ascension materials, your character ascension materials, upgrading their skills as well, right? Because there's a massive difference between not having them upgraded and having them upgraded. And the actual difference is a lot bigger than even in Genshin for doing the same thing. But that's its own other problem there, right? And going through all that, like, imagine going through all that for like 10 minutes of content. You'd be spending like hundreds of hours for like 10 minutes of content. It ain't worth your time. So like, those people are out too, right? And like, story enjoyers is like, what? What the fuck is their story, man? But like, again, like, they've trapped themselves in this echo chamber where the only thing that they can that they allow is anything that's positive, and any way to skew something negative into something positive, regardless of what it is. And that's just how it's been since the very start. and it's only gonna get worse and worse as their echo chamber grows. But it is what it is, man. Right? Like, they're never going to address my issues with it. Right? Like, it's cool, I guess, they got wall running, you got that glider thing in Renacita, but it ultimately just boils down to you just skipping over everything faster. And, you know, what happens when you can run through an obstacle, doesn't matter the angle, in a straight line without being impeded or whatever, nothing else in your path there. Well, now, even if you have, like, a hill or, like, a cliff, and if you can just run up it without changing your directional input, you're effectively moving in a straight line. It just doesn't look like that. But your inputs would say otherwise. Right? But, like, yeah, like, that's kind of the other thing, too. Like, and basically, Genshin and WoW's open world have been so terrible. I remember when, like, NTE, like, they showed, like, some gameplay out. People were criticizing it for being too slow. And they wanted like, fast travel spots everywhere. Because there wasn't that many in the NTE beta. There was, like 2 fast travel spots or something. There was, like, barely any. Because they just want to skip over everything faster. Because they're so used to the open worlds in their games being so awful that, like, they're just there to, like, you know, loot your one-time loot chests and pick mint. That they just want to skip over it as quickly as possible and move from one one-time loot chest or whatever to the next one. Right? They just want to skip over everything. And that's just where we're at. They forget, you know, what kind of game it is or what it's supposed to be. Right? They're too focused on fighting each other or whatever, and going after anyone who has to say anything that's remotely critical of anything they have going on there, because they've basically made it their entire personality. Yeah, they're unaware stamina is common in open world. Yeah. And some games do handle stamina in different ways. Right? Not every game has it the same way. Here's the thing as well. The thing that is important, like I said before, level design. Right? All the movement tools are great and all, but if they ultimately don't get actually used and built around, they're just extra random tools that you'll forget about. And that's it. Zanny will hit 100 million. That is cap. Genshin's on the lenient side. It is what it is. Paywalled exploration? Yeah, but like, the thing is with paywalled exploration, like, it doesn't matter that much if the game wasn't built around it. If they didn't build the game around it, it doesn't matter all too much. The reality is the real problem is the map itself. And the exploration itself is shit. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about moving around in them. I'm just talking about the exploration as a whole. And a lot of these gacha games are just terrible with the open world. They don't give that same sense of exploration like a lot of those older games have done in the past. Like the actual real games. But you know, as long as you just throw in some you know, highly detailed you know, models, make it look good enough, and then throw in a bunch of pre-rendered cutscenes that are like, that have like an extremely high budget on the cutscene only, people will just shout at its peak, even though like you can go around and like do stuff without doing anything, man. Like not this one. What was it? Like, look at this event gameplay I found this thing shared around. Look at this. Look what's gonna happen here. Watch this. They don't have to do anything, no inputs. They're playing Minesweeper. The guy literally just alt-tabbed to play fucking Minesweeper. because he doesn't have to do anything. That's where we're at, man. Peak gameplay right here. Don't even have to play the game. Can play Minesweeper. Can play Balatro. Can do whatever. And somehow people will turn this into a positive. Like, what's even the point anymore if it doesn't even need your input? What even is the point? Right? Like, what even is the point? The game will do it all for you. This guy is just playing Minesweeper, alt tabbed out. But like again, you'll see people trying to spin this as a positive. Like, where the fuck is the game? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like if stamina is like there's only for you, not being able to run around the map and elongate your time walking, they should remove it, exactly. But only if they could make some mechanic, yeah. And like the thing is, what's important is like building this stuff around it. Same time, we have games where managing your stamina resources is like the core gameplay, right? That could be a thing too. Like, you can have the stamina stuff, but like having like good use of it and not just wasting it, you can go make some interesting gameplay on that too. In a sense, like if you look at the boost formula Sonic games, right? The boost button is effectively a stamina bar. You do not have unlimited boost. You have to carefully make use of your boost so you don't run out, right? Because if you don't use it carefully, you can just run out of boost, and now you're not running super fast anymore. And if you're not running super fast anymore, you can't go through, you can't take shortcuts or do other things in the level, right? You have to like build and design the stuff around the tools you're given to truly make it like actually interesting and engaging. The thing is, these games don't do that. They don't. At least they didn't copy from Genshin. Sure. We can cope with that. Nice copium. But yeah, like, might as well play those other games, exactly. And that's why I don't play a lot of them. Right? Like, if I can get a better experience and, like, actually just play a proper game instead to get what I want from, what I wanted from one of these gachas or whatever, I'll just go play that instead. Like, we're somehow at a spot where, like, ToF is basically the only gacha I actually play. Outside of, like, Snowbreak and Infinity Nikki once in a while. Like, I'll do, like, Infinity Nikki, like, once a month on stream. And then, like, the rest of it is, like, I just log in for, like, a minute a day, collect all my shit, close out of the game. Snowbreak, you know, when there's new stuff, I'll go through it, because it's like, okay, cool, easy, casual third-person shooter, whatever, and I get free stuff there. But, like, yeah, it is what it is, man. Yeah, like, but the thing with the stamina stuff before, right? Souls, like, revolve around that formula. Yeah, if you don't manage your resources, you're just gonna die. You're just gonna die if you don't manage it. You can't just keep wasting and spamming your shit. Because eventually you run out, and then the boss will come in, or the enemies will come in, and kill you when you're extremely vulnerable. Right, like, make it something interesting around it. Right, but like, with the thing I was talking about earlier, though, comparing a Sonic game to a Souls, like, completely different genre, but similar ideas in managing your resource. Right? If you have one that, like, where the game is designed around moving as fast as possible and avoiding obstacles and clearing through things, and instead, your gameplay thing is trying to maintain and go as fast as you can, but you have limited energy to go that fast, you have to manage that and use it properly. Right. Well, the other one, it's like, well, you have resources that you need to use certain attacks or avoid attacks and, like, keep out of danger. But yeah, again, like, it's a low bar, man, with these games. It's a low bar with these gachas and stuff. That's why it's like, I'm very skeptical on Azure Promillia and stuff like that, especially when I have no idea what their direction and what they want to do with the game is, right? The trailers just don't tell me enough, right? Like, you can spend hours trying to overanalyze every single last detail, but it's not going to tell what's actually important there. And, you know, like, that's just something we'll have to wait and see. I'll at least give it a try, right? But yeah, you just wanted a gacha game that implemented some interesting team building, and not making it super intensive, a lot of things to farm, but well designed by concept. Yeah, I thought that would be cool too. That could have been a strength. Unfortunately, we don't have that, right? And like, it just ends up just always just being disappointing, right? One after another. We just like, oh, here's the next slop, right? Like, and then like the other day, right? People were talking about what's that new gacha game that came out. I looked at some gameplay and stuff like that, and I'm just like, this is just more of that generic stuff I've seen and played before, like a million times over with these gachas. Oh yeah, Black Beacon, that's what it was called. I am not gonna play Black Beacon. This shit looks kind of boring and uninteresting. And like, I know the irony of someone who has made some gacha content here, but like I've said it before, I do not find gacha content entertaining or really interesting to watch or whatever. If I'm gonna watch gacha content, it's either A, a reaction video or something that you sent, or B, news information that I'm looking into. Otherwise, C, I'm not even watching the fucking content, and I'm just like watching some guy streaming something, and they could be doing literally anything else, and I'll still probably watch them if I'm lurking around. Those are like the only situations where I would like consume gacha content on my own. Like, I don't care about like all the other crap, because I don't find the games particularly interesting or entertaining to watch. And yeah, I know the irony there, right? It is what it is, though. It is what it is. But yeah, why are the Moor shells already celebrating Zanny and saying she'll make 100 million? I don't know, man. It is what it is. I don't know how the hell they're predicting their sales. Same time, revenue doesn't mean isn't equal to profitability. Revenue is like its own other mess of stuff to deal with, right? And the reality is, with revenue numbers, the actual end result, these companies are not even making half of what their revenue number is, because of things like platform fees, bank fees, card fees, or whatever, currency conversion, if you like, for exchange rate fees, taxes, all of that stuff need to be factored in, and they end up adding into like well more than half of like, you know, of what goes in. And because like you have some fees having fixed like fixed floors, and fixed floors for the pricing, and that fixed floor pricing being high. Like, fun fact, you know how much it costs to like accept a payment from someone paying with like a Visa card? Like, on average, it's gonna cost you around a flat 30 cents plus roughly like 2%, if not more, of the entire transaction to accept a Visa or a MasterCard or whatever, right? So if someone spends $1, 30 cents of that dollar immediately is taken away and goes to Visa or whatever, and then another 2.5% of what the entire amount was is also taken off to go to them, right? And then from there, you know, you have to deal with whatever else is involved to take the money first. Right? Like, we were doing it earlier, man. We did 10 mech boss runs, and then now we're just doing React stuff, Kumaki. But yeah. Like, it is what it is. No, the Reddit is the hard boss. No Titan is not defeated. I mean, we were just looking at this as like the funny joke reaction thing, because like I needed it as an example of like how bad some of these things are. the fact that like there's this video of some guy doing this stage thing, challenge whatever in WoA, and all he's doing is playing Minesweeper instead of like focusing on the game because it doesn't need any input. And like that's just the reality of it all. And you have dumbasses praising this. We actually need something like this once in a while. Who would like to waste 10 minutes for 60 asteroids? I actually enjoyed the scenery mid-flight. As long as we have fun while getting reward, I don't mind events like this. The fucking copium, man. What are they even doing at that point, man? Is that supposed to be our chill event where you get free asteroids? Then just give them the fucking asteroids directly. Why make them waste their battery or whatever to just sit and wait through like that? Yeah, like that's just the reality, man. And they come up with some weird excuses, right? Just to praise the fact that there's basically zero gameplay. Like what the fuck? This is apparently peak game, guys. Peak gameplay. You know? They don't like to play the game, they just like to get the rewards. Exactly. Right? They're too focused on the rewards, they forget about why they're even there. They forget about the game. They forget why they're there. And that's like the problem there with a lot of these people in the gacha space. They only want the rewards so they can go back and take their next hit at the Gamba. At the Gamba gacha for their next, you know, their next thing there. They forget about the actual game. Actual game don't matter. They forget about it. But yeah, like there's that tangent. We were like supposed to be watching the 4chan video, but we went on that tangent. Yeah, they're delusional. It's not just them though, it's just the gacha space as a whole. A lot of them just forget why they're even playing things in the first place. Yeah, dented human beings, exactly.
Actual, you know, belligerents in this warfare, okay? Now, you've got, of course, 4chan, okay, which is one of the oldest websites in the history of, like, you know, basically the modern internet. You know, it's one of those websites where I guess anything goes. A lot of people mystify it as, like, you know, just the group, the internet cesspool, so to speak.
The guy
now,
looks
of course,
stoned,
4chan
yeah,
has
he
a lot
does.
of wild stuff on there, too, specifically in boards like /poll/b. But if you ask me, I usually pretty much frequented, you know, VG for video game stuff, specifically when leaks ended up coming out, and more specifically, the X board, which is known as Paranormal, which is where discussions of really, you know, esoteric, weird, creepy stuff usually is discussed. Now, of course, alongside 4chan and its popularity, there's been plenty of other boards that have popped up too. Some of them far more extreme in their rules and their communities compared to 4chan. Places like 8chan, for instance. Now, of course, the other party, the place where the source code was necessarily acquired and posted, was a website that I'm sure some of you know as Kiwi Farms, okay? Now, inside all of this, the actual hacker appeared to be from soyjack.party. Now, for anybody that doesn't know what Soyjack Party is, it's the Shardy. It's a place that's more wilder than 4chan, okay? Just a quick cursory glance of what this website is for anybody that doesn't know. It is an image board dedicated to the creation, posting, and sharing of soyjacks, okay? Now, what the fuck is a soyjack? You know those cool little, like, you know, drawings that you see, the little doodles, the little rough faces you see everywhere? Yeah, that's a soyjack, okay? And, of course, they post soyjacks all the time. Now, of course, the old the Shardy doesn't necessarily appreciate 4chan at all, okay? You can look at one little image over here of an imp jet going, go back to Reddit.
Remember when Sticks used to cover MMO games and play them? Yeah, now he's a gacha slave, yep.
Fuji, okay? So
I
not
remember.
exactly...
I remember, like, seeing a couple things from him, like, a long time ago again, back when I used to play stuff like WoW. But yeah, once again, the Kuro praised. It is what it is, man.
Friendly. So about 17 hours ago, one post was made by a user over here showcasing what appeared to be the Team 4chan dashboard, okay? So again, it shows you all the threads popping up, all the tens of thousands of replies, and if you wanted to look into the left over here, you could probably see passes, which I believe are like paid for 4chan passes at this point. You also had like IP ban ranges, everything right here, janitor applications. Now this is important, Janies are the moderators on these boards, okay? So unfortunately for them, it seems like a lot of their information really ended up getting what appeared to be leaked. So the closer you look into it, one interesting thing happened right over here. 16 hours ago, tonight has been a very special night for many of us at the Soyjack Party. Today, April 14, 2025, a hacker who has been in 4Cuck's system for over a year Sometimes I wonder if my neighbor just hears me scream this kind of shit and he wonders, what the fuck goes on in that house? Executed a true Operation Soy Clips. Okay, so what they did was they opened up a board called QA, which is not quality assurance. Actually, it's questions and answers, from my understanding, and QA was effectively shut down, I want to say a couple of years ago, so they brought this up, opening it, and according to the Shardy here, they exposed personal information of various 4cuck staff and leaking code from the site, which I showed you, obviously, in the beginning. In an attempt to control the damage, 4cuck admins have taken all servers offline, but there are unconfirmed reports that the servers have already been completely compromised and may not be up for some time. There have been a flood of refugees from 4cuck onto the Shardy, most of whom are not adjusting well to the culture. For new teens and the few old gods that remain and everything in between, tonight has been a cathartic one. And it really must have been a pretty cathartic one indeed, because, you know, inside all of this information, there was a lot of flood of just unclaimed, unverified, you know, sources, unverified, like, claims that I feel like are also worth addressing into this video. So, for instance, one of the things that was brought up was apparently some of the emails that were leaked, according to the Jannies, the moderators, belong to .gov accounts. Now, .gov obviously belongs to the government, and obviously this I wanted to really get into. Were there people from the government inside 4chan? Wouldn't be a shock to me, because obviously Fed posting and, you know, federal agents sort of coming into something and going into organizations like this, and again, like posting around, basically being undercover is not something unknown, all right? It's something that has happened in the past, verifiably so. So obviously we were wondering how much 4chan was actually, again, centered around, you know, people just being like Fed operators. So I wanted to look at one of these sources for this claim, and I think the source for this claim ended up coming from a board known as Incels IS, right? Where, again, they showcased exactly what 4chan looked like. So on the day of the hack, when QA was open, you started to see soyjack.party1, hashtag packwatch, okay? So again, you just start to see literally people posting Yakubs, okay? You start to see trolls, Basejacks, for instance, you know, little cuckjack with this Nintendo Switch that the boyfriend bought, you know what I mean? It's simple shit, okay? So of course, half the boards over here would have like these admin flares. Lamau, you got hacked. That's just what happened. So according to one of the users here, did you see that the mods, Jannies, had their email addresses leaked? Lots of edu.gov domains in there. No wonder I've been banned literally hundreds of times from blue boards for racism. By the way, Jannies admit in their ban reports that they target users for not breaking rules, for saying things that make them seethe. So again, this is apparently one of the bans right here. You will not follow you will not post the following on side of B, troll posts, and again, the reason was calling people slurs do not list, okay? So yeah, it was something that, again, people were kind of wondering about. Inside what appeared to be some of the actual discords for 4chan, one of the actual moderators started going, obviously 4chan, there's been a hack. The site itself has been halted until we can determine the damages. It's likely that email addresses have been leaked. Seems to be so. Perhaps IPs as well. You'll need to hold on to those email accounts in order for us to do password resets when the site is back up. So don't delete them or anything. So hoping the damage isn't too bad, shit's a little concerning. I used an active email when I applied because I was hammered. Now, if this is true, there's a lot of, to give you a tier list of how wild the internet can get. People always say like 4chan's like the darkest black hole. I would say 4chan's of today is less of a wild place as compared to some of the other image boards that have popped up, right? Like 4chan is 4chan. I would say Kiwi Farm's a little bit more of like a cleaner looking website, but obviously I think they probably have a more they have a more like I would say active, more invested community. But even for a website like Kiwi Farm, for instance, right, which I've talked about when I talked about Keppel's like a year and a half ago. And even a website like that will often tell its users, in fact, it's a downright rule, I believe, of not, touching any of the people they talk about or gossip about on the internet. But Soyjack Party isn't like that. Soyjack Party is fucking maximum, like, no holds barred, go do whatever you want on the internet, okay? And pure insanity. Now, the thing that I believe on 4chan is, like, when you're building a new account there, right? Not 4chan, Kiwi Farms. When you make a new account there, I believe one of the best pieces of advice provided is do not use an identifiable email address. So anything that you have public-facing, don't use that on their website. Because if there is a breach or something gets hacked, which obviously, everyone says we won't get hacked until they do, yeah, you probably don't want your actual email or verifiable identity attached to a website that, usually gets called the black hole, the cesspool of the internet, or one of the most evil places, right? But yeah, that's just basic fucking advice. And if the Jannies here were willing to use their actual work business emails, probably isn't going to look that good when people are doing a deep search of you, down the road. But of course, over here, I think it's more important to worry about what your email address is connected to. So have you used it for LinkedIn or Facebook or GitHub or Google? Places where people do actual mainstream work from. You can set it up to use an authenticator app, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, it's just personal information from their Janny applications. That is that is basically the biggest nuke for the community, the big gold hijacked from them, right? So obviously, I wanted to kind of verify if like this information was kind of true. So again, going back to a lot of that leaked information, which again, it's not really all that massive, but this is apparently big leaks. So what you can look into is something known as admin.php, which again is sort of like, you know, the main, if you will. And if you open that really quickly, you can see that yes, it includes Vtuber configuration file, and of course it contains all of this code that if you look through, you can start to verify, like, maybe this is 4chan, maybe you can start to see how the site works and compare it to the source leak, just to see if functions are similar. So one user, Securitron Linux, actually did end up looking through this code as well, and of course functions here, for instance, this one reads every single band that is available right here. This function, for instance, function get band summary, yada yada yada. And of course this 4chan website will not load. Maybe it's good if it was down for good. There are better things to do than shit post on 4chan all day. Maybe take up a hobby. I guess.
Alright, then it's like there's that thing, 4chan got hacked. What else was here? Oh wait, no, there was one more video I was sent. There's apparently this reveal trailer for some game. What is this game trailer? We'll just skip to this thing. Alright. 4chan hack, whatever. Closed beta reveal of something. What is this? Let's set this back to normal. Right. Realms. Something. Reveal trailer beta. PC, Android. CN. Alright, what is this? I'm gonna guess this was like re-uploaded from Billy or something.
时间纷扰60载，人间岸上清白难断。那些个狗屁王孙贵胄，自觉高人一等。
Alright, well, so far this is the trailer of some sort. What is this, like a CN MMO again? Another one of those Chinese MMOs? Maybe. This is like PC, Android.
想那先楚，屈子一心怀天下，落得可。
位于沉江，78岁。
尔等殊途同归，皆饮此汤吧。
一世浮沉，方知善恶。
我还背过他的死。
赛入轮回，复归混沌。
It's going to remind you of Black Desert. I don't know. I remember like buying Black Desert when it first came out all those years ago. But then I remember also forgetting to actually play it. And then when I found out what it actually was, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Never mind. I won't bother playing it. Especially when it's like, oh right, Korean game mechanics and stuff, Korean live service stuff. They all tend to have a specific thing to them. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this. And then I proceeded to forget about it. But yeah, that was like back when like Black Desert was like a buy-to-play MMO. Like back in the day. I ended up just like not playing it. Are they gonna show gameplay here? It's like an 8-minute long trailer, this thing.
我便以鬼身度之。
先生宽心，这孟婆汤没动手脚。
Okay, gameplay now.
钟馗殿下教过，选人道最易遮掩生魂痕迹。
Alright.
阎王们等着看戏，那便登台闹个尽兴。
前方便是司长折刑狱的阎王，钟馗殿下。
参见钟馗
Is
殿
this a
下。
roguelike game then?
一知天命，我等自当
Maybe this is a roguelike?
这秘法必然鼎鼎好哟。
师傅趁手，试试便知。
Yeah, I think this is like a roguelike game, I think.
石墨之嫌。
法相也如此为是，若本尊亲，不知你我可争得几时？所寻之路在此。
Or maybe not.
阴阳力柔杂，生死期混乱。仙长，小心有诈！
有杀气。
大仙！糟了，全是百年凶煞。
不妨，正好试试这御灵一魂的威力。击魂复古，万灵心尊，生死簿。定。结火动人，不过是幻象症。去往下层的通道，在那石像鬼瞳之中，天地极异，神机鬼藏，鱼兔洞开，通传八方。
仙长，下一层是孽镜玉界。
小黄，镜子很有玄妙。
孽镜玉界的镜门内有乾坤，遁入即可藏身镜中世界。
Is this open world or is this like instant space? Does it kind of look like it's probably instant space, I think, maybe?
哎呦，客官，奴家这阳寿茶取忘川水为汤，碎骨石为碾，愿魂火九蒸九晒才得此佳饮，保管您喝了骨酥神摇。
功效虽好，未欠3分。
醉魂夜巡，当心泄了阳气，得换个躯壳过去啊。
Oh, we got like zombie stuff here. Look at all the zombies here.
移魂夺身，
这些魂体污秽不堪，仙长藏于此鬼身中，不是良策之策，得快点开溜才好。
Okay.
有镜子，快躲进去！
舍身崖将至，即刻出粮。森罗殿将至，即刻出粮。再拖延，便扯了你的符身。替我
The fuck is even going on with this?
到，动身。以情之志，早该料定。
Alright, like all I've been looking at is his
望
cutscenes.
殿下赐教，何须本王赘言？九泉之下，
I still have no clue what the fuck this is.
得殿下恩助，不敢僭越，自当交还生死簿。
赤浪翻明，原罪昭行，血池于界，万劫不复。
Yeah, I have no idea. Is this MMO? Is this a walking sim? Is this a roguelike? I have no clue. Like the graphics looks great and all, but like I have no clue what the hell this is about. It is just, what is this? It tells me nothing about the game.
冷笑秋月长，应是草黄。玉屏淡水染，映入映照。
Oh look, they got underwater, guys. You can even walk underwater.
烟拂光亮，声吹不响。谁魂又知了归时回望？人非人，鸟非鸟，双目当空见灵香。人非人，鸟非鸟。
As Mr. Cake, he can explain it, yeah. Open world on our official page. Ah, I see. Well, there we go. Right, 4-player co-op, I guess. Alright, so there's the gameplay. Hockey-based combat stuff. Wait, how the hell are people gonna play this on their phone with this many buttons, man? With the amount of buttons this thing has, how the hell are people gonna play this on their phone? But yeah, like, it means nothing. All games that are RPG open world now, yeah. A lot of them are. But it's just like, yeah. This is tap, like, cooldown based combat. It looks like. New Sticks video, yeah, clearly. New Sticks video in the making, guys. Oh.
还看什么？你也想投胎吗？不投就
Well, it is what it is. Don't really know much what else to say outside of that. I have no clue what the hell the game is or what it's about or whatever. Right? Like, what is it? Oh, we'll see what happens with it. Is there, like, anything else? Right. Oh, well, like, yeah, I don't think there's, like, really anything else to look through. We kind of, like, already looked through everything. Right. Oh, yeah, that was when we were looking at the thing there. But yeah. Alright, was there anything else in Reacts? I can't look at the Viva La Dirt League thing because of copyright stuff. So like there's no point in looking at that one. But yeah. Like, yeah, we basically just looked through everything. We got caught up. At the same time, though. Well, this is a good place to end it off anyways. I'm tired too and need to get some sleep as well. Alright, I got work later in the afternoon as well. It's already like 4:30 a.m. anyways, almost. Right. I guess, you know, we can look at the one snow break trailer here while we're here before we go. We'll end off with this one. Alright, let's go see this. Nita Pulse, Operative Trailer, Snow Break Containment Zone. What is this?
等我有了钱，我要跟分析员双宿双飞。是分析员大人的味道。
This is what Nita looks like, the new one.
我们一起找宝藏。
She got elf ears now.
轻一点，分析员。
Quite a different look.
嘿，我抓住你了！可恶，就差一点。分析员，我已经。
Yeah, Dark Elf Nita.
看来树上也没有了。不疼哎，还挺舒服的。飞雪，你没事吧？不好意思，把你弄脏了。飞雪，你来了。割到脚了。水下好像有宝藏，我找找。
She's looking for treasure now down there. Okay. And she got wet looking for treasure. Dark Seed, Smash Seed, yep.
对我来说，比宝藏还要珍贵。好累，等休息一下，我们再继续。
And that's how you do black screens. Yep. That's how you should do black screens. Okay. Now we're good. Now this is where we'll just end off for the night then. Whatever. Usual though. Thank you guys all for stopping by. Right. Hopefully I can see you guys all again next time. We got caught up with all the reacts again. Right. We spent like 2 hours, 3 hours doing that. Cause like there was like a lot still piled up. But like we're basically caught up on what I can show. Cause like the other one that was in there, the Viva La Dirt League one, I can't copyright stuff there. I know that. But yeah. Hopefully, though, as usual, though, I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. And yeah. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow or whatever, or I guess technically tonight on stream. I'm not sure yet. That depends on if it's the Snowbreak patch drop or not. Or if I'll go and continue, like, Trails Through Daybreak or whatever. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.